When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, this is the Make We Talk program right here on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Wherever you are, how you all doing? How you all doing? How you all doing? It is a Thursday, the 11th of July, 2024. I'm your host, Jeffrey T. Let me mute that phone here. I want to say good afternoon to all those who are joining us from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. It's been a while I haven't been on, but you know, sometimes you have to take care of some personal issues and, you know, do some stuff that can make sure everything is doing well. Oh Lord. Okay, there is something going on around my neighborhood here right now that have helicopters in the air. And news cameras all over the place. But anyway, let's not get into that part. This morning we're going to speak about the IG says 61 members, 61 public officials rather, is on an investigation by an integrity commission. But before we go there, we want to say good afternoon to all the bloggers from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Wayne Lonesome, Wilfred Radigan, Jamaican Carlos, my good friend, Jamaican Hot Topic. Boy, sometimes when Hot Topic go on, you know, I sit and I listen and I don't see a thing, I just laugh. Head boy, how you doing? Head boy, if you're listening to me, give me a call, head boy. Give me a call. We need to talk. Mystic Sensation, all the other rest who are on. We have one objective and one goal is to hold the government of Jamaica accountable. Whether the PNP or the JLP or no P, we're going to hold them accountable. All the other bloggers, Mr. Andre Stevenson, although you don't call my name on your program, but good afternoon to you, sir. Hope everything is doing well with you. The views heard on this program does not reflect that of the Make We Talk program, its managers and staff of this program. or the host of this program. The views expressed on this program are the views of the callers and those in the chat room. You know, when you listen to what is going on in Jamaica, and you come out and speak about the level of corruption in this country of ours, people celebrate spreading propaganda news. When a country has 61 public officials investigated for illicit enrichment or on an investigation, it begs to ask the question, and I'm going to dig deep in this, because come Saturday, let me say this from now, come Saturday, and Reason with Rattigan, Mr. Rattigan will be going through the report of the Integrity Commission. I rather not do it because he's well learned than I do. And I'm going to let him do it. So come Saturday, we are going to go over there. We're going to listen. We're going to be on the program. We're going to listen to him. He's going to bring on a lot of people of the high ups of society. And people are fighting in the trenches for the land of wood and water. We'll be on his program come Saturday. But let us speak about this. And when we sit down and see what is going on in the country, $1.7 trillion unaccountable for, $700 billion unaccountable for. And when you speak out, they say you're spreading misinformation. I believe that the Integrity Commission, my firm belief, they're under gag order by the government of the day. They can't say anything too much. But I believe that we have an Integrity Commission should be able, or maybe they can, charge people. And Jamaica must have a DPP who is independent from the government of Jamaica. That when such, if anybody is to be charged for illicit enrichment, they should be going in front of a DPP and a judge who is independent from the political elite of the country and charge them who must go prison, go prison. I was speaking to my good friend Wilfred Radigan off air earlier on. And we were saying that, I was saying that they should call names. He said, no, they can't call names of whosoever is on an investigation. But yet, when a person from who live below Crossroad is on an investigation for illicit enrichment, their names are being dragged through the mud, their names are being called. But people who taxpayers pay in this country, the laws is made to protect we the Jamaican people. It's not so. Because those who formulate the laws in this country and table the laws in this country, they can go back and amend the laws, that the laws suit them. That when they're on an investigation, you don't know who the persons are. It begs to ask the question, in which modern democracy can this happen? Only in Jamaica. A country that laws are formulated, but the laws are not put in force. We in Jamaica must sit down from time immemorial. And let me say this, it's not only under this administration is so much corruption. The two political elites in this country have the fair share of political corruption in Jamaica. And we, the Jamaican people, every 5 years we continue swapping black dog for monkey in this country. We bob and weave here and bob and weave there. They come with Fresh Prince time, fly the gate, let in the pirate. They come with I can make you sleep with the windows and door open. And yet, taxpayers' money is being dwindled away. Taxpayers' money is being washed away like all the water. Wash the garbage from in the sandy gully into the seas of Jamaica or into the Caribbean Sea. Is this the country we talk about a 2030 vision? When 61 public officials in our country is under investigation. I want to say something this morning. That when you look on the people of Kenya, the president and parliament of Kenya decide to raise fuel and basic items, or raise taxes rather than basic items in Kenya. And the younger set of Kenyans decide that no way, we will not allow this. They took to the streets. And despite all the ads that is going on, they were out there. Despite all the gun shooting by the authorities and the security forces, I should say, all the water cannons, the young people of Kenya said, no way, we will not sit idly by and allow this country of ours to dwindle away. They stand up and they speak out. For days I have been in the streets of Kenya. I am not inciting any riots in my country, Jamaica, nor am I saying that people should take to the streets in Jamaica and burn tires and whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm just merely drawing an example of what is going on in Kenya. And the level of corruption that goes on in Kenya, the people of Kenya decide they have had enough. This morning, on international media, the president of Kenya decided that he has to fire every single member of his cabinet. And he did so. All I am saying this morning, when will the people of our country, Jamaica, stand up and say enough is enough? When will the people of Jamaica rise up in their own little way and send a clear and present message to the government of Jamaica that we will not sit by anymore and see the level of corruption that's going on in the country? When a country can't give an account of $1.7 trillion of taxpayers' money, nobody knows where the money disappeared to. Isn't that a level of corruption? When a country cannot give an account, is it $700 billion or $500 billion in the Ministry of Health? It's unaccountable for? And something is wrong somewhere. When will we have a forensic audit in this country against every single government entity in this country? A country that has a budget of how much $1 trillion is now begging overseas for the same diaspora that they cost out. The same diaspora that they said in Washington, D.C., sending guns in the barrels into Jamaica is the same diaspora they're turning to now. The same diaspora that they call so many names. The same diaspora that who wrote a letter to the Jamaican ambassador in Washington, D.C., seeking her attention to have a meeting with her. The level of respect that the ambassador has towards us is appalling. She didn't have the decency to answer us. It's the same diaspora that turning back on now to assist. Will there be any accountability of any money that has been raised overseas towards Hurricane Beryl to send to Jamaica? Will there be any accountability? Will there be any accountability of any money that is sent from overseas to Jamaica? Hold on for me, please. Will there be any accountability of where the money going to be spent during the coronavirus pandemic? If my memory serves me correctly, over 40-something thousand US dollars was raised. It was sent to Jamaica. And people who was a part of the fundraising have been asking questions. What happened to that money? And until now, they can't get a concrete answer. They can't get a concrete answer. But yet, we in our country must sit idly by and allow this country to go down the road of Sri Lanka. We must sit idly by and allow this great nation of ours, the gem of the Caribbean, to go the route of Haiti. We Jamaicans must sit idly by and allow this country go to the route of Kenya and other countries around the globe where corruption stinks to the highest heaven. My fellow Jamaicans from all walks of life, $400,000. Was it 400,000? Was it 40,000? I can't remember. My fellow Jamaicans, both home and abroad, let me make something absolutely and categorically clear this morning. That I am not inciting anyone to take to the streets of Jamaica. What I am saying, where you see the level of corruption, speak out. Let no one stop you. There is freedom of speech. The last time I checked, the Jamaican Constitution speaks about it. Let us continue to fight for this piece of rock that we call home. And no more will we, the people of Jamaica, we, the Jamaican people, although many of us live overseas, we're still Jamaicans. And we will not, under no administration, whether it be the PNP or the JLP, if you're doing good, then we'll come out and talk that you're doing good. Don't get me wrong. Maybe this government have done some good, yes. But we will continue to speak out about the level of nepotism, the level of cronyism, and the level of corruption in this country. When you have a Minister of Finance say that the country is insured for $150 million, using taxpayers' money of $10 million to service an insurance policy, yet the people will not gain 1 red cent from the insurance policy. It begs to ask the question, is these people have termite eating out their brain when they're signing things? They're signing the rights of the Jamaican people away. Is this the nation that they speak about of a 2030 vision? To live, raise, and work family. To live, work, and raise family. Is this the nation that our forefathers fought for? Is this the country that Marcus Garvey and Nanny of the Maroon and Paul Bogle walked from Stony Gut and led the Morant Bay Rebellion? Is this the country that we fought for? Where if you speak out, you have the iron fist of a Vladimir Putin in Russia into Jamaica? If you go on social media and speak the truth, they come on social that they have big talk, that they know where you live, and they see you watering flowers. Is it that you must not speak in this country? And if you speak the level of the iron fist of a Xi Jinping or a Xi Jinping China, or a little rocket man in North Korea, is Jamaica becoming a dictatorial state under the level of corruption and cronyism and nepotism? Is this country of ours becoming a dictatorial state? And if you try to speak, they say they're stopping their food. If you try to say anything, they say they're stopping your food. They're stopping their food. And they send the level of threat to you. I remember the late Nelson Mandela said in one of his speech, he's prepared to die for what he believes in. And Nelson Mandela led 27 years of prison because he believes in a free and democratic South Africa. Well, I believe in a free and democratic Jamaica. I believe in a free and democratic Jamaica. A Jamaica in which all of us can go to a healthcare institution where we have beds. I believe in a Jamaica where you can go to the court and justice is being done. I don't believe in a Jamaica where you have a DPP who believes that she has dealt with tainted jurors before and nothing comes out of it. What I believe in a Jamaica where justice for one, justice for all. That's what I believe in. We came on here this morning to speak about the IC and the 6 public officials. But we have to speak about what is going on in the country where our people are faced with a dictatorial leader. And we mustn't speak about anything else. Because him run things. But I believe in a Jamaica where all of us, all our civil servants, nurses, and teachers must get equal pay. I want to see a time when Jamaica politicians drive a Toyota Camry. No, I don't vex when no one drive with you know. I don't grudge anybody for no one drive. But I want to see a Jamaica where people put Jamaica first, not political parties. That when we're all gone, our children can say, yes, we inherited Jamaica from our parents and our forefathers. A Jamaica in which all of us have the right to live, work, and raise family. A Jamaica where all of us can go to a hospital and we have a MRI, a CT scan, a ventilator. That's what I want to see. I want to see a Jamaica where our people are working and getting the right livable wage. That's a Jamaica I want to see. I want to see a Jamaica where all of us can speak highly about our country. And don't let the nepotism and cronyism of corruption blind us from speaking. Yes, there is good going on in Jamaica. Don't get me wrong. But the bad outweigh the good. And as our people go through the level of Hurricane Beryl, as our people try to pick up the pieces from Hurricane Beryl, will there be a level of accountability in how much money is being spent for care packages, in how much money is being spent when it's being sent to the country by friends of Jamaica and the Jamaicans living in the diaspora? Will there be a level of accountability? Those are the questions that we're going to ask this morning. Will there be a level of accountability in this country where we say, yes, this money was sent to St. Elizabeth and is being spent properly? Will there be a level of accountability? We open up so many bank accounts for people to donate. When they donate, will there be a level of accountability to know where that money was being spent? Will there be a level of accountability? Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, will there be a level of accountability, sir? Will there be a level of accountability? Will all our people in our country have roof back on their houses? Will all our people in our country come next year this time have a house to live in from Manchester to Westmoreland and beyond? Will there be an accountability, Prime Minister Holness? Will there be a level of accountability? If we should send a container full with plyboards, zincs, 2x4, and all those things to our country to assist with our people, will there be a level of accountability that these things is being distributed properly? Or would it be that there's only JLP and PNP get? Because if you're not voting, I get nothing. Like the woman who is in the member of parliament office called some other office, who collect drums, and she call her friends and family to give them drum. Me not talk because me know. Well, other people don't have any drums on their houses, but one house have 3 drums. Will there be a level of accountability, Mr. Holness? But the Friends of Jamaica should send 40 billion into the country now, by word speaking. Will there be a level of accountability, sir? Those are the things that we are asking. Those are the things that we continue to ask in this country. Will there be a level of accountability in Jamaica? When all these funds is being sent down to the country to assist with Jamaicans who went through Hurricane Beryl, is it that when the money go down there, whatever go down there, members of the Jamaica Labour Party hold up here and say, no, a Labour right forget this. That happen. Don't tell me that happen. Floyd Green. Will there be a level of accountability for the people of St. Elizabeth? They call you Barbara Green. Well, me not call you Floyd Green and Barbara Green this morning. Will there be accountability when if a container should send to St. Elizabeth Floyd Green? Will there be a level of accountability? Miss Matty, who never voted in her life, would she get some tarpaulins or some zinc and some nails and some 2x4 and plyboards to help fix up her house? Will there be a level of accountability, Mr. Green? Will there be a level of accountability if a container of beds and other medical equipments go to Jamaica? Minister Tufton, will there be a level of accountability? Minister of Finance, if money is being sent to Jamaica to assist the people who have suffered through hurricane, are you going to tell the people that the money is in the consolidated fund? And come next year, this time, the people haven't seen a red cent of that money? Will there ever be a level of accountability in our country on both sides of the fence? Whether you be PNP or JLP, will there be a level of accountability in this country? Will the Jamaican people see a level of accountability in Jamaica under any administration? Will that ever happen? And as we start this program this afternoon, I call on all Jamaicans from all walks of life. Let's stand together for fellow Jamaicans. When we were born, we were never born a member of the People's National Party, a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. We were born Jamaicans. And when hurricane hit us, Hurricane Beryl hit us as a member of the PNP or a member of the JLP. The hurricane hit Jamaica. It hit all Jamaicans. And so this afternoon, I say to you all, I say to every single entertainer in the sound of my voice who can hear this, I say this to Spice, to Buju Banton, to Beanie Man, to my good friend who made this jingle for me, Mad Cobra. Stand up for this country. Our country needs our help. And although they have put a bad taste in Shaggy's mouth, I call upon Shaggy this afternoon. Sir, wherever you are, Jamaica needs your help, sir. And it's for you to get somebody to be a part of the distribution of funds or the distribution of whether it be medical supplies or board or whatever, then do so, sir. If you have reached a point where you don't trust the government anymore, sir, please find a way to assist your people. Our people need your help, Shaggy. Our people need your help, Beanie Man. Our people need your help, Spice. Our people need your help, Buju Banton. And I speak of the legend, Jimmy Cliff. Jamaica need your help, sir. Let us come together as one nation, as one people, with hands and heart and voice, and stand up for this piece of rock that we call home. As I start my program now, that was on my mind. And I say to you this afternoon, may God bless Jamaica, and may God bless the people of Jamaica, land we love. We're going to start the program with, let me go to the the thing that I wrote here. We're going to start the program with the principal director of the National Integrity Action NIA, Danielle Archer. Ms. Archer is calling on the powers may be to name the names of the 61 public officials for an investigation. A well-known attorney at law, my good friend, says no, Jeffrey, it can't happen. They can't do it. They have to pass some other laws for them to do it. Well, they can pass laws to suit themselves and suit their friends and cronies. And same way, if a member of the Jamaican public who lived below Crossroad was caught in any illicit enrichment, his name would have been called. You don't know, say Tom Jones. If it was a Jeffrey Tavares who worked with the Ministry of Health and collecting money under false pretense like some of them, his name would have gone abroad long time. I keep on telling us all that these parliamentarians, whether it be PNP or JLP, and some people don't like when I speak this way, but let me make something clear to all of you this afternoon. No political party don't put on my 10-pound chin back on fire. I don't beg anybody anything. I work for what I want. And if any poor pauperizing Jamaican who was under investigation this morning, the name would have called. You don't hear who? In any other modern democracy, when you have public officials on investigation, the name would have been called and they step aside. But in Jamaica, it don't go that way. Those who are on investigation will stay their same way. And they will call election and win the seat because the Jamaicans people don't know who's on investigation. And if they do, they go and tell them some shebang around and they put them back in. When the people of Sri Lanka couldn't stand the level of corruption in the country, the people of Sri Lanka decided they had enough and they stand up. You believe it was in the United States where 61 public officials is on investigation? You think the United States people would know about it? You think the United States citizens would know about it? It was in Canada, they don't know about it. It was in England, they don't know about it. But of course, the level of secrecy in this country by people who claims that they love Jamaica and they love the Jamaican people, they go to Parliament and they go to Parliament, and what they do is that they pass laws to suit themselves. When you hear Jeanette Calder come out and speak about the level of cronyism and nepotism in this country, you wonder. I want you to listen to the voice. Miss Danielle Archer was on a radio station, and she said this on the radio station. And you know something? As I said the other day on a program of this, I said the other day that you have a lot of journalists in Jamaica who wants to come out with certain things and want to investigate certain things. But one, who they work for won't allow it because they're in the back pocket of politicians. 2, the journalists can't do it because they're afraid, they're afraid for their life and their family life. 3, they may find them dead somewhere. But I want you to listen to what Danielle Archer said.
Ms. Archer's reaction follows the Integrity Commission's annual report that was tabled in Parliament on Tuesday. It indicates that 2 parliamentarians for the reporting period 2023 to 2024 have been referred to the Director of Information and Complaints for allegations of illicit enrichment. This, too, is in addition to the 6 parliamentarians mentioned in the Commission's annual report for 2023 who were under a similar probe. The current report does not provide an update on the status of the 6 illicit enrichment probes from 2023. The NIA's principal director maintains that the anti-corruption body should know the identity of all parliamentarians under investigation for illicit enrichment.
Do you stand by the call you made?
I do, because if it is, and I'll go further, because that's why I'm wanting you to go into the depth of this report. One of the recommendations that they're asking for is that these people definitively say what their relations are in terms of contracts, which companies they do belong to. Are they members of a trust fund? Do they get trustee money? In fact, I want us to have this conversation, Judge, because when you read the report, I get the view that there's so many other things that the Integrity Commission would like to be able to get answers to that people are not willing to provide.
According to Ms. Archer, politicians shouldn't be treated differently from regular citizens with respect to the disclosure of their identities.
We're not about telling people that we're protecting their reputations and the name shouldn't be called out. Because the regular man downtown who is suspected of fraud, his name is called. His identity isn't hidden. And he has a lot of money as well. The loss of his money is no different than the loss of the reputation or money of a politician.
She says in the interest of transparency, parliamentarians and other public officials being probed for illicit enrichment should tell their constituents that they're the subject of an illicit enrichment probe.
Where there are public officials who are being investigated, where there are questions that arise, that these public officials, to ensure that there's trust, confidence, and transparency, can tell their constituents that I'm being investigated.
Dana did.
You see? When I heard what Ms. Archer said, although counsel advised me that it can't happen, you know, I tell you something, you know, you have some of these JLP idiots, you know, who come on this platform here, and I don't apologize to nobody. It's because JLP put on them 10 pound of chicken back on fire, then there's nobody else, you know. Anyway, I'm running a decent program, so I won't listen to that idiot. When you listen to what Miss Archer said, you know, Miss Archer is saying that maybe what they should do is go back to the Parliament of Jamaica and amend the law that when you're under investigation, people should know who you are. Some people may say no, because suppose when the investigation is finished, there's nothing on your name. You didn't do anything. Your name is tarnished through the mud. You have a point there. But same way, you can drag other people's name through the mud because of illicit enrichment and corruption. Why can't you do the same thing with these people? And when you listen to what Miss Archer is saying, it begs to ask the question: Are you living in true Jamaica, where the law is for the people of the Vom Vavant and the Vom Vavi, but the laws for the dirty foot choices boy and the dirty skirt the dirty skirt girl who live below Crossroad? That law is not for them. Because the law for the people of the Vom Vavant and the Vom Vavi, that law protect them, that the name mustn't be called. That's the Jamaica we're living in. That's the Jamaica we live in. And you have some people who will die for their party, but they will never die for Jamaica. That's the people who will come over on this platform and speak and chat all kind of stupidness. Anyway, you listen to what Miss Archer just said? I want you to listen to what Miss Jeanette Calder said also pertaining to the National Integrity Commission and the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. But before you go to that, the Prime Minister went on his favorite radio station and he spoke to them on his favorite radio station, but he won't come on other people's radio station, or if you're not a Al Zero or a Nationwide. I wonder why CNN and Al Zero didn't ask the Prime Minister during his interview about Hurricane Beryl. They should have asked him about the 1.7 trillion that has gone missing and the statutory declaration. How does CNN and Al Jazeera didn't ask those questions? Is it that Al Jazeera and CNN don't know about those things? Anyway, the Prime Minister of Jamaica was on his favorite radio station a couple of days ago. And they asked him this question about his statutory declaration. Listen to this.
There's an outstanding matter, Prime Minister. We know you have to leave us soon. The people of Jamaica have been asking the questions. When last I spoke to you in February, I put the question to you about your statutory declarations. You told me that you had written to the Integrity Commission and you were awaiting a further response from them. Have you had that response? And what was the response?
To me, I've written back to them. They have written to me. I've written back to them. And it is still a matter for the Integrity Commission. Like you, I too am anxious to have this matter resolved.
But what is the nature of the issue that you keep having to respond about?
Well, the general issue of the Integrity Commission is that they do an entire audit on your financials and your personal finances, and for me, going back several years. And that takes time because it is just not my response alone that they have to await. They have to await the responses of several other agencies, entities. It's a very detailed process. And I don't want to comment on it too much because the nature of the process is that the Integrity Commission is the entity that really should give the final disclosure and approval. So I humbly await the Integrity Commission's
But
response.
aren't you worried that you're bleeding political capital over this issue while they are silent on it?
Well, you know, it's one of those things you deal with politically. As I said, it is the process, and I have followed the process as best as I can, and I can only await the Integrity Commission. I am in an invidious position because I am the one that has to ensure that the law is respected, and therefore you will never hear me make any complaint. Even if I feel it has been unfair and unduly so to me, you will never hear me complain.
You hear him? You'll never hear him complain. He has written to them, they have written back to him, he has written to them. It's a back and forth thing going on, you know. Him write them write him write them. It's a love letter. They're in love. I think the Prime Minister and the IG is in love, you know. There is a love relationship going on between the Integrity Commission and the Prime Minister of Jamaica. They wrote him love letter. He wrote them back some love letter. There's a love thing going on there. A love thing, a love triangle going on there. I want you to listen to what Jeanette Calder had to say about before you go there. You heard what Danielle Archer had to say, you heard what the Prime Minister said. I want you to listen to this item of news here from Television Jamaica.
Mr. Holness's declarations for 2021 have not been certified, which has affected subsequent submissions. The issue has been a major source of political controversy and concern from civil society. Justice Panton noted that much has been written and said in respect of the non-certification of the Prime Minister's income, assets and liabilities. But he says the Director of Information and Complaints is required to examine the declarations, and where he is satisfied that it has been duly completed, he is to inform the Commission. Justice Panton explains that to satisfy himself of the due completion of a statutory declaration, the Director shall make such enquiries as he considers necessary. The enquiries are aimed at determining accuracy. Justice Panton says, given the restrictions imposed by the Integrity Commission Act regarding statutory declarations generally and related matters, he cannot comment beyond what has been stated. In the meantime, the Integrity Commission chairman chastised those calling for it to speak on matters relating to statutory declarations or investigations. The law restricts the Commission from making any report or public statement in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation by the Director of Investigation prior to the tabling of a report in Parliament. Justice Panton says the Commission awaits the amendments it has recommended that would allow it to make public statements. O'Shane Masters, Radio Jamaica News.
Wow. There is something I want, although Mr. Rattigan will be going through the IG report. I want you to listen to something coming up pretty soon. I want you to listen very keenly too. But when you see that, it begs to ask the question same way. How is it that it takes so long for them to certify the PM declaration? I don't understand something here. I really don't. Listen to what Ms. Jeanette Calder had to say. I have to say.
So to the extent that the Integrity Commission would have gotten, I would imagine, more than 2 complaints, but have done the initial work and have decided that whatever preliminary evidence that they have, they feel that these are 2 more cases that need a fulsome investigation, is concerning. But it is still an investigation. It can result in an exoneration of the parliamentarian, and it can also mean that the parliamentarian will be put before the court. But to remind the public, even if a parliamentarian or the public official is put before the court, it's not a sign of guilt. It is just another level at which this matter needs to be examined.
You hear? So although they may put them before the court, it is a sign of guilt. I gotta say something, you know. Not one single parliamentarian will be going before any court or go to any prison. Mark my word. Not one single one of them. And we are focused on politicians, but we're not focusing on the people who is put in the various government ministries, who they call what do they call them again? Oh Lord, I can't remember the name. But you have some people who they advise the parliamentarians, they advise the ministers in the various ministries. I don't know who are talking. I can't remember the name. Those people, those are the people must look into, you know. Because you have some of those people, parliament secretaries, they need to be investigated. So is it in the 61 public officials? Or is there parliament secretaries and and counselors and people who love to be at Montego Bay Regional Hospital working, and people who love to be at Montego Bay Metro. Are they an investigation too? We need to know. But as I said before, I'm going to say it again. If the man who loves to put on in green clerks call election tomorrow morning, and if the People's National Party should gain state power, there will not be one single investigation in a nothing. And people say I must stop saying it, I'm going to say it again. If the man who loves to put on in green clerks, who saying born in a two-room boathouse in a West Column, when they call it Cumberland Road, if him should call the election and the People's National Party win, there will not be one single investigation in any single entity in this country. Permanent secretaries. Is there any permanent secretaries in the 61 public officials on the investigation Integrity Commission? He said one room, he said two room, I was trying to believe. The Integrity Commission, of that 61 public officials on the investigation, is there any permanent secretaries under an investigation, sir? Sir Justice Seymour Panton, Justice Panton, you're head of the organization there, sir. Can you tell the Jamaican people that you can't? I know you cannot. But I'm just asking a question. Is there any permanent secretaries on the investigation? Different time now. Why is it that the PNP not investigating Kingston and St. Andrew? What they call it, KSMC? Is that an investigation? Somebody told me that why they don't investigate some of these people when they get into power, because it not cost the country much money to have forensic audit. It better cost the country money to have forensic audit and lock up who to lock up, more than you don't know nothing about it. So we're not continue until God calling world. How many permanent secretaries is under investigation? Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange admitted to the nation of Jamaica that her ministry has 2 permanent secretaries. No, I want to come tell me, say nothing go so. Minister Babsy Olivia Grange, Lady Grange, I have the utmost respect for that lady. But sometimes some things go on when I lose respect for you. Why your ministry have 2 permanent secretaries? And the Jamaican people must ask the Integrity Commission, how many permanent secretaries are under investigation? Hear this idiot. Hear this jackass. PNP is a law firm. Damn fool. When a government take over from a different government, when a party go from a different party, it is their sole duty to call in forensic audit and investigate ministries. It is their sole duty to do so. Before you come on this program and chat nonsense, educate yourself some more. Will there be an investigation? You remember when I can educate you some more, George. Do you remember when Bruce Golding came to power? Former Energy Minister Clive Mullins was the one who burst out the Cuban light bulb saga with former Member of Parliament for St. Elizabeth, Karen Spencer. Wasn't the JLP investigating the PNP? Was the JLP a law firm? Sir George? You think I come over here and chat nonsense? Well, go to the other place who don't talk nonsense. Will there be an investigation in the government ministries in this country? And can the IG tell the people of Jamaica how many permanent secretaries are on the investigation? I want you all to listen to something more here. So we're going to switch gear. Listen to this.
The Integrity Commission says a total of 61 public officials have been referred to it over a 6-year period over allegations of illicit enrichment or filing false information. The figure is contained in the Commission's annual report.
There's hardly a Jamaican who has not heard of the so-called Illicit Six. It's purportedly a group of 6 unnamed members of Parliament who are being investigated by the Integrity Commission for having acquired wealth through illicit means. But by the Integrity Commission's own report, that 6 is closer to 60. 61 public officials, to be specific. The Commission says between April 2018 and March 2024, 13 members of Parliament have been referred to it for illicit enrichment or filing false information. Those MPs are not named by the Commission. No member of the Senate has been referred to the Commission over the 6-year period for illicit enrichment. But legislators are not the only public officials being scrutinized for ill-gotten wealth. The Commission says over the period, 2 councillors and a permanent secretary have been on its radar for ill-gotten gains. Again, the individuals are not named. 5 heads of entities, 40 other public officials are also highlighted as being referred over the period. That totals 61 referrals for illicit enrichment and filing false information. The Commission does not specify which officials fall into the category of other public officials. The anti-corruption watchdog has a caution for members of the public. It says it has no control over the numerous complaints and allegations it receives. It says it has a duty to investigate them and make note of its allegations. But importantly, the Commission says the fact that it launches an investigation is not in and of itself remarkable. In fact, the Commission's chairman, retired Justice Seymour Panton, specifically highlights that allegations of crimes sent to the police are sometimes investigated and found to be without merit. Justice Panton says the Commission has no control over speculations, rumors, or mischief-making in society. The question then is the controversy over the Illicit Six all sound and no fury? That's to be seen.
Wow. We're in serious problem in this country, you know. Serious problem. I want to ask a friend of mine a question, but I want to ask a question of Aram. If I get through to him, I'll ask him the question. But based on all that you all are hearing, as I said before, I want you all to listen to something here, though. I want you to listen to something I'm going to play right now. Listen to what this person is saying. Then we're going to come Saturday. That's coming. We're going to hear what Mr. Wilfred Radigan has to say on his program. He's going to get on somebody to come on. Oh, I thought it was my phone ring. It's not mine. I want you all to listen to this. I want you all to listen to this person here about the Integrity Commission report. Listen to this, please.
Hello, hello, hello. This is Jamaica 411. Today is July 3, 2024, and it is after 12 p.m. It is raining outside. We got a little breeze blow. Miss Beryl, I hear, is threatening to knock at our doors. We'll find it. Let's hope she keeps turning around. Don't be a stranger. Please consider hitting that subscribe button. And remember, to subscribe on YouTube is free. There's no charge. The subscription button is just for you to say this is a video or this channel is what university is called now. So it's Jamaica Politics University with Natalie. Thank you and welcome for you. And I'm statutory declaration is being certified, and what could be possibly the cause of why Andrew Holness's statutory declaration is ever delayed. All right, so let me begin. So the statutory declaration is required to be gazetted, meaning that it is public information, just a summary though, of the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. We have for Andrew Holness 3 years from 2018, 2019, and 2020. Now, when the election is called, if according to the rules, I read the rules for you shortly. So his declaration is valid. It is up to date up to 2020, but there are certain 3 years from 2021, 22, 23. We have not seen the declarations. It has not been gazetted, which means they have not been certified by the Integrity Commission, and they are not allowed to say why. Only the Prime Minister can come out and tell us why.
Why did no one tell Florida drivers about this new rule?
If you are currently insured,
Sorry.
drive less than 50 miles a day, and live in a qualified zip.
For Mark Golding, we have seen his statutory declaration. He became leader of the opposition in November 2020. So he declared his. No, this one you're looking at 2020 would be Dr. Peter Phillips. So his first declaration would have been in 2021 and 2022. So we're going to move now and we're going to look at some of the elements of a statutory declaration. You're going to see income. And income is money received, especially on a regular basis for work or through investments. So that's what an income is. And the assets, and look, we're looking at the difference now between the income and the assets. So your income would be like your salary, your wages, that is what you earn. If you own a house and you rent the house, where you're now a landlord, that money coming in known as rent, that is an income. You're supposed to declare it and pay taxes on it, believe it or not, but nobody does. That money coming in. Also, if you have a business and your business is turning over a profit and you're paying yourself a salary, that's an income. If you're distributing the profits at the end of the year, then that profit is an income.
I want you all to listen to this keenly, you know. And when I finish doing all of this, I want you all to go and look up of what just came on my program. If I'm chatting nonsense or what I bring on the program is nonsensical. I want you all to listen keenly to this, please.
If you invest in shares and bonds and so on, that and you get dividend, that is an income, but that is known as security income. And let's see, any other income that you earn, like I mentioned before, with real estate, that will come under realty income. So that is what you will see when I show you the statutory declaration. So the assets now is, it says here, an item of property owned by a person or company regarded as having value and available to meet debts, commitments, or legacies. Growth in assets, right? Net assets. So your asset then is anything at all that you own. It can be tangible or intangible. Your assets can be money. It can be a car. It can be a house that you can convert into cash, and pay your debts or any commitments that you have, which would be like shares, anything that you own in shares. If you're a beneficiary, no, well, not really, but anything at all that you own, right, is considered an asset. And under the statutory declaration, you will notice bank balances are referred to as assets, in addition to whatever real estate property you own, even your life insurance that you own, that's your asset, okay? And your liabilities now is anything that you owe somebody else. So if you have a mortgage and on your house, or a lien on your car, which means that you bought the car through a loan, it's called a lien. That is something that you're obligated to pay every month or at some period in time. That is a liability. So a liability is anything at all that you have to pay out. When you get your light bill and your water bill and your telephone bill, your cable bill, your Netflix bill, all of these bills are liabilities. So your income is what it comes in, your liabilities is what you spend. And your assets, more or less, is what you have that you can convert into cash or something else to pay debts or anything of that nature. That now, our legacies, that's a legacies now, meaning that if you can put it in a will to will it to somebody else. So all of those things are your assets. All right, get that now? Great. Before I get into the nitty-gritty of what the Act says, of what the statutory declaration says for the Prime Minister, let me explain a little about how the Integrity Commission works. So they're speaking here about the Integrity Commission Act, the principal objects of Act. It says here the principal objects of this Act, which is the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, are to further encourage and promote propriety and integrity among persons exercising public functions in Jamaica. That is their job. Promote and strengthen measures for prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of acts of corruption. Ensure that government contracts are awarded, varied, renewed, or terminated impartially on merit and in a financially prudent manner, and enhance public confidence that acts of corruption and impropriety committed by persons exercising public functions will be appropriately investigated and dealt with in a manner which achieves transparency, accountability, and fairness. Now, I would like to ask you a question, my viewers and my subscribers. Do you have any confidence in the Integrity Commission that acts of corruption and impropriety committed by persons exercising public functions will be appropriately investigated and dealt with? You have any? such confidence?
You hear the question that's been asked? Do we, the Jamaican people, have any confidence in the Integrity Commission? In the investigation of public officials? And when they investigate them, will there be anything done? Do we have a DPP? But if this should go before the court, is she going to say that she has dealt with tainted jurors so they have no wash out? They have no flush out? According to the flush out the mackerel? Huh? Do we have confidence in the Integrity Commission? Do we have confidence in our justice system in this country? Let's listen to some more.
I mean, when you look at the Dwayne Vaz situation, where he failed to pay a fine from about what, 2021, and they did not know until 2022, and it's only 2024 they're coming to prosecute the man. You have any such confidence? I don't have none. They come out and they like to talk about things and they can't show any result of it. They came out last year with this big excitement that they have 13 members of parliament they are investigating, 6 for illicit enrichment, 7 for making false statements. In 1 year, have you seen the result of any of those reports? No. Why not? Why did they come out and run off their mouth without having reached the point where the investigation is complete and them ready to prosecute somebody? And I'm going to suggest you that they will not prosecute anybody because they must have run up their mouth because they feel they weren't getting the cooperation of the people. And once the people come and show them whatever it is they ask them for, that's the end of the argument.
All right. All right. What did I just say earlier on in my program? Not one single public officials in this country. Maybe some could fly by night down on the blower, but may end up going to jail, yes. But nobody of the vum vavant and the vum vavi in the public officials in this country will ever go to jail in Jamaica. Not one single one of them. Listen to some more of this.
They did not even have the courtesy during the entire year to come back and say 6 are being investigated, 2 of them clear up, everything is all right, only 4. Then running up their mouth and them can't come back and tell me nothing about these investigations. What we need to hear it for, if you not reach nowhere at all in the investigation where you can prosecute somebody.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you
Lord.
should too.
Sorry about that. Should have downloaded this video and take it off, but hold on for me.
What I'm saying? Okay. So anyway, so that is what them said that they're about. Let's see what else there is to it now. So it was established, it says here, it was established in 2017, the Act, and it says how the commissioners are appointed. So I'm telling you this now so you can understand how the Integrity Commission works, who they are, how they're appointed, who appoints them, and how they can be removed, and so on. So here it says now, appointment of commissioners. Pursuant to Section 5 and subject to subsection 3, the commission shall consist of the following persons appointed as commissioners. So the Auditor General is a permanent member of the Integrity Commission. She and 4 other persons are appointed. So you have 5 commissioners. Of the 4 persons who are appointed, 2 of them must be judges, either from the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal, and they are retired. Then you have a senior public officer with knowledge and expertise in the area of finance, accounting, and public administration. In other words, since most of what is going to be looked at with in the Integrity Commission will be about assets and liabilities and income, you need somebody with knowledge who can, can look at these things and say, no man, that thing might look funny, but nothing funny about it. It's normal. You follow? So you need that person. And then the 4th person now would be somebody from a non-governmental organization like the PSOJ, somebody in civil society. So that is the general makeup of the commission. Now, the tenure. Now, when they are appointed, they have 7 years. 7 years long. That's how long they hold office for, and they may be eligible for reappointment. So they can be there for up to 14 years. And who it is that do the appointment? It's the Governor General. So it's the Governor General who consults with the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, and he don't have to take them, when he consults with them about you or anybody else him think meets the criteria that is set out for a commissioner, integrity and all them sitting there, he can go and consult with them, and no matter what them say, he can just go ahead and appoint them. So it's he who appoint them, and if they are to be removed, it is he who, I think he has, well, let me go ahead. He has to consult with the Prime Minister, or the Prime Minister can consult with him and make any complaint. And then if he agrees, he goes and he make the arrangements for a tribunal to be put in place. You can't just get rid of them, so. And they will hear the complaints and decide whether or not the person should be removed or not. And they can be removed for misbehavior, if they have mental issues, and that sort of stuff. Now, the commission, in addition to having the 5 commissioners, they also have an executive director who is the person that is responsible for the day-to-day running. So it says here, subject to subsections 2 and 3, there shall be an executive director of the commission who shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of the commission. So when the commission was put in place with the commissioners, they are the ones now who go out and find somebody that meets the criteria for the person who should be an executive director of the commission. And then they recommend that person to the Governor General, who makes the appointment. You got that? We now have the 5 commissioners and the executive director, who is like a CEO of a company or a general manager. They are the ones that's responsible for the day-to-day running of the commission. And then it tells you what the functions of the executive director is. So now we talk about the divisions of the Integrity Commission. So we have the commissioners, we have the executive director. Now we have the divisions, which will be where now the operations of the Integrity Commission will be carried out. So it says establishment of divisions and appointment, etc., of directors. So each division is headed by a director. So it says here at section 30, paragraph 1, the commission shall carry out its functions through the following divisions, namely the Information and Complaints Division, which shall be headed by the Director of Information and Complaints. Then now you have the Investigation Division, which shall be headed by the Director of Investigation. And third, you have the Corruption Prosecution Division, which shall be headed by the Director of Corruption Prosecution. So as it stands, there are 3. I do believe there might be 4, but I don't have what the 4th one is here. But the main ones that were mentioned here is Information and Complaints Division, the Investigation Division, and the Corruption Prosecution Division. So they have the power as commissioners, the 5 of them, to determine whether or not another division would be useful in helping them to carry out their functions. 4 now says, subject to subsection 6, the director of each division established pursuant to subsection 1A, B, and C above shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of the Commission. So again, just like the executive director, it is the commission and the commissioners who are responsible for shortlisting the persons along the same line.
This is a very long, drawn-out thing, and I don't think I'm going to get involved in that. But what I'm saying to you is the role of the Integrity Commission, how it's being organized and so forth. And a lot of us may be jumping off. Hey, Chris, how you doing, my good friend? How you doing? This is an educational forum because I mean, many of us do not know how the Integrity Commission Act works. And we'll go out and listen to other people chat, but we don't get the whole nitty-gritty and details of it. And although it may be long and drawn out, I think we all should listen to it, you know. Listen to what the lady is saying, because what she's saying is actual fact, because I'm learning some stuff from it that I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Because there's some laws in this country that are not, I never know. Yes, they do make laws to suit themselves. And this is why we come in now. That's where we come in now, to educate people and let people pick sense out of nonsense. We're going to listen to some more of it, then we're going to talk some more of this going on with the Integrity Commission. Listen to some more of this, please.
Line of integrity and expertise and all them things there that you read before. They are the ones that's responsible for finding these persons, and then they recommend the persons that they think are suitable to the Governor General, and the Governor General will make the appointment. So anything that is going down in the Integrity Commission, where any one of these directors are failing in their duties or doing all kind of strange things, you know, in terms of how the report is being reported, it's all the fault of the commissioners who recommended them for appointment. That unfortunately is what happens. No, I shouldn't say that. That is what happens when you delegate your authorities to persons. Them get the blame when anything go wrong. You understand? Okay, let's move on.
How much should good car insurance cost you a month? $80?
So now the functions of the directors of the various directors. The functions of the director of information and complaint. Now this one is very important because this is the director now. It says, who receive, keep on record and examine all statutory declarations filed with the commission. So you see, when the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, and the other persons who are required in the government sector to file or to submit statutory declarations to the commission, it goes through the Information and Complaints Division, which is headed by the director, Craig Beresford. Because if you have any complaint at all, like, you know, like one of the politicians, them or senator or the councillors, any government worker that file report. Now you can't know what they file because you're not going to see it. But if you think that you know of a property somewhere, a land or something that they own, that they might be trying to screechy, that they own it, you can call and make the report in writing, though, to the Director of Information and Complaints. You can call it IC.
Yeah, what she said a while ago. Let's talk about something here. She talked about something very important to me. You should talk about lands that some of these people who are in the Vumvavant and the Vumvavin of the Parliament of Jamaica taking away people land. If you know about people, and a matter of fact, if you even do something about it, say you're right to the Integrity Commission that Jeffrey Tavares to take away Mass Joe land because Mass Joe may not pay for 2 years land taxes. And me realize that Mass Joe can't afford to pay for in land. And because me come from a Vumvavan and Vumvavi family, me believe so me not take a, me not go to the Lands and Survey Department. I tell you say corruption stink, you not believe me? Me not go to the Lands and Survey Department, and because somebody in there who licky and nyami, me can't go to them and say, look here, Mass Joe land on a Waterhouse. He not pay no taxes pan it too much, you know. What you can do for me, I make me give you a 30 pack or a 100 pack or a 200 pack. Yeah, man, me can do something for you. And you do so. And in no time, me own 300-acre land. Because Aunt Mattie and Miss Mary can't pay their land taxes. So because me have name of the Vumvavan, the Vumvavi, and me in the parliament, me can't take a Mass Jolan and Miss Mattie land. The Integrity Commission has some things on it that if they really want to do work in this country to stop the level of corruption and nepotism, it should be an independent body from the government of Jamaica, where the Integrity Commission can reach out to the American government and say, listen to me now, we need some investigators. But because those who go to the parliament and they formulate the Integrity Commission Act and laws and whatever, you will never see the level of what I should say, people going to prison are being held accountable. If it was an independent arm of government, although they said it is, it's not. It was an independent arm of government, and they reach out to the United States government and say, listen to me, man, we need some private investigators. Or say they use law student from UWI who nobody knows about to investigate me, Rattigan, Lonesome, and everybody else. And when we investigate and we see we have substantial evidence to do so, and we go to the court of Jamaica, and if we have a judicial system in this country that is for the people, of the people, not for the people of the Vumbava and the Vumvavi, then you will see things happen in this country. And that is why in this thing here, in this that the lady is saying, do you have any faith in Integrity Commission that you will see somebody go to jail in this country? Do you have faith in Integrity Commission that you will see a permanent secretary who may be involved in illicit enrichment go to jail in this country? Who are the 61 public officials who are on investigation? Who are they? Are they going to call an election tomorrow morning? And the Jamaican people do not know who they are voting for because they do not know if that person is involved in illicit enrichment. There is no judicial system in this country that will give the justice to the Jamaican people. Is there any judge? That's the question must be asked also. Is there any judge from the courts in Jamaica who are on investigation too? Is there an inspector of police? Is there any doctors or any lawyers? Is there any people from the Coronation Market on the investigation? Is there any woman from the Coronation Market on an investigation integrity commission? It's a 61 public officials, you know. Although them are not public officials, but are you investigating in the Badonga Coronation Market? Because if you were, the people of Jamaica don't know who. Who are the 61 officials on investigation? They're running a club, you know. It's a syndicate of people, you know. It's a club they're running, you know. Where you will never know who they are. You'll never know who they are. And when you listen to what the lady is saying about the Integrity Commission Act, it begs to ask the question, is this National Integrity Commission Act, is it for the people of Jamaica? That you can have people who are under investigation, if they're caught, the full brunt of the law will be on them? That there will be no stone unturned. That's what these politicians love to talk, you know. There'll be no stone unturned when them involved in a kind of shibangarang. God help this country of ours. I want you to listen to some more of these. Then we're going to take in some calls. Listen to some more of what this lady is saying.
And write to them and tell them that you know this person have this thing, you don't know if it was reported, but you think it best to report it because it is our responsibility to help stamp out corruption as well. We can't complain and we don't do nothing about it when we see corruption go on. All right? Another duty of the Director of Information and Complaints is to make such inquiries as he considers necessary in order to certify or determine the accuracy of a statutory declaration. So his job is to check to see if it's accurate, if you submitted the supporting documents. You say you own 4 Melbourne Avenue. You need to show that you own it. You follow? You have to support. You own a business. You have to submit the audited reports of the business.
Like how some people own some land in a St. Thomas. I call no name. Somebody need to report them and find out, and the Integrity Commission need to find out how did they acquire those lands? A well-known former politician acquired some lands in St. Thomas. And we need to find out how did he acquire those lands? Is he one of them who's under investigation too? The amount of lands that they own. Is the Integrity Commission investigating that individual? Is he a part of the 61 public officials under investigation for illicit enrichment? How much acre land he own? How did he get those lands? Is there any receipt of payment for those lands? And we must also ask the Integrity Commission, is any member of the title office of Jamaica an investigation too? When are we going to get answers in this country? Is this Integrity Commission really here to make sure that the Jamaican people get justice for the level of corruption and nepotism in this country? Or are they there just as figureheads to chat and chat and chat and chat and nothing is being done? Huh? When you listen to what this lady is saying, and it's something important that we all must listen to her, you know. And I want to play some more what the lady is saying about the Integrity Commission Act. There are questions to be asked by the Jamaican people. And although we may not get the answers, we must ask the question same way. Listen to some more of this.
You are a director in the business, you have to send the audited reports, because this is how they're going to know whether or not you've been using your office to enrich yourself. You don't have to do it through your own personal account. You can do it through a company that you own.
All right. I'm glad you touched on that point. You have some people who own, who say them, Jeffrey, behave yourself. Jeffrey, behave yourself. Why am I going on that road? You have some people in the length and breadth of Jamaica, and I dare go further in the diaspora too, who own companies, non-profit companies, and then use their company, they use the non-profit company, or whatever, some statutory, whatever they want to call it. Then use that place to get money. So you own one, you start a thing, a non-profit organization. Say, all right, say you start the Jeffrey Tavares Foundation then. Let me say that. You start the foundation, say, you know, help poor people because poor people need help. And you get donation from all walks of life. You get donation from Timbuktu. You get donation from Mangamu in the tune of $100 million. Nobody no investigate how you're spending those money, you know. But you're getting donation to help the people. Tax-free, yes. Shell, thank you very much. No, that's what I love when you say, no, tax-free Shell company. And you get money for the people of St. Elizabeth. Behave yourself this afternoon, Tavares. Behave yourself. And because nobody now watch you, you know. You give St. Elizabeth chuppance happening while you take back the vast amount of money. And you pinch, you buy Mercedes Benz. You pinch, you have a house up at Beverly Hills. You pinch till you want the Vumba start lick shoulders together. You're looking down on the people on the crossroad. Who you start the shell company for, the tax-free company for help them. And they may start it for you know. But money blind your eye. And you beg and you beg and you beg and you beg and you beg. And money they come in. And the money come in and what you do? St. Elizabeth must get 40 million. You collect more than the 40 million, you know. Collect more than 40 million. But what you do? You give St. Elizabeth only 20 million. And you hold back the rest. And when you see you, Mr. Tavares, you know, who are you again? And you pop some big, ha. You don't know the poor people again. There's a lot of companies in Jamaica who is getting rich off of poor people back in the name of poor people. So when I say to you all that the Integrity Commission need to investigate not only politicians. You have some Jamaicans of the Vumva and the Vumva who own shell companies, who getting rich off of poor people back. I can behave myself, you know. Because as I come off of the thing, you know, my phone no ring. Lord, you're bringing the name in a disrepute. I can behave myself. But you have, it's the truth. And the truth must come out. They form these companies. So to help poor people. Not only Jamaica alone that happen, you know. You don't want to know how people get rich in Haiti? And that end too. Some of them well want for a disaster, like, you know, man. Oh, Lord of mercy, they'll call. Gang, gang. Oh, hello, Mr. What him name again? What the rich one? Oh, hello, Mr. What do you want to name? Why you have money again? What name again, man? What the American billionaires? What name again? Who he have money, but he only drive one piece old Chevy car. And what name again? Lord of mercy, my name. But you have one who own Microsoft. What him name again? I get in all, you know. Oh God, in the name in my mouth anyway. They will call and gang. Hello, how are you? Yes. Bill Gates, thank you very much. I'm loving you, say, no. Thank you very much, Bill Gates. Mr. Gates, hello. Is this Mr. Gates secretary? Yes. This is Mr. Tavares calling from the Tavares Foundation, you know. You heard about the hurricane that hit Jamaica? I want to speak to Mr. Gates. Bill, come on. Hello, Tavares, how you doing? Bill Gates here, man. Yes, Bill, this is Jeffrey. You know that hurricane hit Jamaica, you know. And, you know, we need some funds from you, you know. How much can they donate? Jeffrey, send me some video about what's going on there, you know. And I send in the video. Some of the video I'm sending, not go say, you know. May I send a video from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, you know. I'm sending go give him. I'm sending go give him. He said, oh, Lord, Jeffrey, I'm so sorry to hear what's going on with your people down there, you know. You know, and you know, Mr. Jeffrey, and I know the Tavares Foundation is a very good foundation to help the people of Jamaica, you know. I can donate 40 million to you, you know, 150 million, you know. I say, oh yes. You know the bank account number already. Okay, Bill. All right, Tavares. I'll send it to you in a couple of days. In a couple of days, Bill send me the money. When Bill send me the money, you know, so because I want Bill to know, so me, you know, me not spend it. Me call on CNN. And me call on CNN if I have a press conference, you know. Because I not send money go to Jamaica to help the people at St. Elizabeth and wherever. And when me call the press conference, you know, and we take out the press conference. Ladies and gentle people, we're having this press conference because, you know, Hurricane Beryl hit Jamaica and it is devastated. And, you know, we did talk. We want to acknowledge the fundamental of the hypocritical who comes over here. We want to acknowledge Miss Mary. No, Aunt Mary from Timbuktu, you know. The high up Miss Mary, who made this presentation possible. Want to acknowledge Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Thiefness, Her Excellency Moga Mahambe. Ayagwan. When you done chat, half of that 40 million to go to Jamaica. You have other shell companies where you send some of that $40 million to. Because you must get rich out of it. I don't think allow me to tell you that happen. So when this lady come on here and giving us information about the Integrity Commission is the truth. It is happening right now where some Jamaicans will take advantage of the situation. That's why I said to somebody a couple of days ago, and I said I went on my platform, see if I can get some funds to help the people of Jamaica. And God know why me not get nothing. Because I have some people who think they may thief the money. Only not send it can't give me. Figure out if I send it go down and give the people them. If you don't want to help me personally to keep this program going, fine. But you know, figure out a way to help to send money go to Jamaica. No send it can't give me. Hold on, I have a call coming in. Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
I'm ready upon you. I'm listen to you.
Yes.
So hear this.
Yes.
Hear this. When the storm come, every minister get $5 million. And every councillor get $1 million. So when they go the money there with them have to take care of the storm. So you have money can go and spend till somebody saying something come. So why walking begging so much money? Something is very wrong.
I mean, hello. If you have a bunch of fool, Jeffrey, behave yourself. Why not behave yourself this morning, Jeffrey? Just behave yourself now.
Start the things and come on, go. So it is all about that. No, this man I never hear from all the election and all them things are going from you. We don't say nothing about this the China money. And as our son so storm broke, but the China money now we run the bank. And as storm broke, we come up with a plan.
No,
5 years for
no prosperity time come up with plan, yes.
Yeah, but the 5 years for fail. So everything intact but go fail. Yeah.
Nah, feel one bit because when them don't send money go down there.
Oh.
When
my Jamaicans?
Hold on, no man. When
understand them?
Lord have mercy, hold on, not caller, hold on. When up here, Canada, England, Africa, and wherever, when them don't send money go to Jamaica, Mark Golden better sit down because him not going into politics. He not going to become Prime Minister because when them done by election down there, when them call it, God help we.
So them will send money and them not understand this?
They will do it, yes.
And them have dual citizenship and them can't sit in the parliament?
They will do it.
Now, me say some. Is the Prime Minister say some? You can't say a false news and fake news. And even certain own a mouth. So when me, any one of my brothers and sisters, when they are friends, so the money come give them. You not chat to them. God forgive me, but me not chat to them. Because them can't hear, if them can't hear from them brother, the more hear from him. Oh, come on. Brother Jeff, no man. Look on the good now, brother Jeff. Everybody know what's happening, man. You come out and tell people, Jamaica see.
Listen to me. We can't tell people to spend their money, you know. We only can tell them, listen to me. If we don't have anything to send to Jamaica, figure out a way.
So they can't give us money.
Hold on, no, sir.
So they can't give us money.
Hold on, no, sir. Hold on, no. If we want to send money to help the people of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, and wherever, I am not saying, let me make something clear this afternoon. You have some very decent members of parliament who are involved in a shibangarang. Here? And both sides of the fence. And both sides of the fence. Some very decent ones who are not involved in any shibangarang. I am not saying we must send money to give them either. What I am saying is this, that we must find a way to send money to give people who we can help down there. Like, for instance, hold on for a minute, sir. Like, for instance, if you want to help the people of St. Elizabeth, say Treasure Beach, you find a hardware down there and you call the hardware manager And you said to him, say, listen to me now. I want you to help me with the 3 houses. We give them zinc, nail, and plyboard. How much to do that? And he tell how much to do it. If you can't go down there yourself. If you can't, then you figure out you send a member of your family. Or you send somebody go down and go do it.
It is easier than that. It is much easier than that.
What you do?
You just give us your email. You just send me my email, my email. How to contact me. All right. I can do 10 hours.
Yeah, I can.
Just talking. No, just talking. I can do 10 hours. Somebody from where call it a while. Send me your documents. That's why I can send off this money for your 10 house to repair. Okay? So when you send it out, you send out my number now. And the man contact me and I say yes. And I say, all right. You will call Mr. Johnny. Look at the hardware. And I'll give me a number and I'll contact you and you tell him how much things you're going to use. So you in my roll call already to deal with me. See, and expressing the same thing. Not send the money come to no government. Or you call the best pastor in your constituency and you say, Pastor, run that program and give them to check me.
The best who?
See? Or you call your best pastor.
Which pastor?
You have good pastor. You have good pastor. Yeah, you have good pastors. I know that. You have good pastors. Who will do them things. Yeah, some of them cook it. We know that. God is God, but some of them cook it. We know that. But we still have one and two good. It's just like we have one and two good politicians, but them cow down. That is a killing. Them goodness. Because me not sitting and no office with nobody. We have the criminal work and not speak out.
All right then, sir.
Take care, brother. We're there. I watch them. I watch it.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much for watching the program. Thanks much.
Same too.
Yeah. Let me make something clear this afternoon here. When I said that we can help people, we can help people. And when I say about hardwares, I know of a hardware in St. Elizabeth right now where you can get to send the money to the hardware, to the owner of the hardware. That man will give a long thing very brief when where. That man give way. Yeah, okay. Aunt Mary they build one house down there. Way before hurricane come. Aunt Mary they build one house down there. So. And Aunt Mary come up there and say, "Aye, Mr. T, I want certain things, you know, I can't." Yeah, man, go to tell my wife to figure it. I get it. I know of a hardware where you can get it. So anybody who want to help people in St. Elizabeth, you can call the hardware. You can get it. Hardwares are down there that can assist the people. But I will not send any money go to no government. Let me open the phone lines. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Anybody who wants to assist anyone in St. Elizabeth, we can assist you with a hardware. Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the program. You're calling from the land of wood and water. Is any water down there?
No, I'm in New York, no, sir.
No water?
I'm in New York, not in Jamaica today.
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
In Jamaica, I have at least 5 advocate groups.
5 what, sir?
And this advocate group like NIA and various ones. Up to now, I don't hear none of those people call a press conference on this report. Up to now.
About what?
About the report that the IC sent to to Parliament.
Did you hear what the Integrity Commission, is it in the NIA? Danielle Archer
I
said? Did you hear what
I see, but there's another advocate group, sir.
Okay.
Right? All of them should combine their resource, right? Have a press conference to the nation. Plus, all of them is getting funding from international body. They can ask to those international body to come help them investigate the IC, other thing, like what I'm in America. Right? America, what that body can call help from, and there's a body, say in Washington, if they are in Georgia for help. Jamaica need to do that because it seems like our local people are easy to compromise. So they would then need to call for outside help.
Outside help for what?
They investigate the IC report, and because 6 years, nobody 6 years.
Hello? Why would me know?
Yeah.
Why would I know? Hold on there for me. You hold on a minute for me. I have to say how this for say. Your opinion is your opinion. I agree with your opinion, sir. But why would I? Hold on for me, sir. Why would I, as an outside group, no come at Jamaica if you can't tell the Jamaican them say, look, you must do so. Why can't we do it ourselves?
Listen, man. So why the international group send money to them for them to do work?
Well,
why didn't take your money then? Come on, send them money for international funding from the international advocate group. Most of them get funding from international advocate group to operate. All of them, because the government of Jamaica and give them no money. So all those advocate group get money from international advocate group. Government give them no money. All of them. So if you can get money, right, and you have the power to investigate and make a proper report to the nation, they ask international help. In America, we are one state advocate group and another state.
You said that already, sir. Hold on for me, sir.
Right?
Sir, hold on for me. You said that already, sir. Well, let me say something to you.
Yes, sir.
You see, if these groups in Jamaica don't want to come together and have a press conference, you see? When you have the Jamaican people sitting down and saying that we must stop talk anything about the Prime Minister, we must stop talk about the opposition leader because not no goes on, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying the opposition leader involved in anything, you know. But what I'm saying is this. You expect the international, you expect the group in Jamaica to get up and say something all the time when the Jamaican people are sitting down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hold on for me, sir. When the Jamaican people sit down, not doing one single thing.
Sir, Mr. Tavares.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Mr. Tavares.
I am hearing you, sir. Go ahead.
You are in Jamaica, sir?
Pardon me?
Are you in Jamaica?
That's no.
Are you in Jamaica?
Sir. You come to ask if I'm...
No, that's a question. Yes, I know.
You come to ask
No, it's a yes, I know.
I plead.
No, but I won't say no. You said, but I'm saying that you're not in Jamaica and you look funny what you are doing. You are educating the Jamaican people now. And because you have the resource, you have the knowledge, and you have the whereabouts to inform them. The other people in Jamaica don't have the resource, have the knowledge. That's why the advocate group, right?
But what I'm saying to you, sir, the group get up every day and speak out. They have been speaking out. And the Jamaican people sit down not doing anything, sir. What can every...
You speak out every day. You speak out every day. Don't you speak out every day?
Sir, hold on for a minute, sir. Allow me to speak now, sir. Allow me to speak.
Yes.
The groups get up and they speak out every single day about what is going on in the country, sir.
Yeah.
They have been doing it, sir. The Jamaican people sit down, sir, not doing nothing.
Listen, I was in Jamaica. I know everything was taking place in Jamaica. Your people is more effective than the advocate group in Jamaica. Every day we show Jamaica on the issue of what taking place.
When a former member of a group is alleged that he told the ambassador of a certain nation that a certain PM is involved in whatever. What did the ambassador to that certain individual, sir?
I don't hear you, sir.
Pardon me?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh.
Mama, who are you talking to?
There was a certain ambassador from a country.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you have a child in the background you're speaking?
Yeah, my granddaughter. Yeah. Who you talking to? I'm talking on that program.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you for calling.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me call back this person who was calling me. The number to call is 954-52980. Good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tavares.
You're calling. Go ahead.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I'm here looking and living like the late William Monty Perkins.
Oh, good. You understand the catastrophe band as yet? You understand the whole aspect of it?
I am working on somebody to come and tell us some more about it, sir.
Well, from my understanding, I got a little understanding about what the finance minister said, and basically he's saying that in certain parts of the country, the wind speed have to be a certain level. Now, if we look back at all like hurricane them hit Jamaica over the past years,
hold on,
we all know
hold on a minute. Where you saying that in some part of the country, the wind speed have to be
yes, a certain level. So you see, it designated for set up in a like squares and triangle and rectangle, all type of different shape. So you see, like Kingston and St. Andrew, I go quote what him say exactly.
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So I not go quote him say exactly, but basically he's saying that a wind pressure has to be at a certain point. So maybe this is not what him say. I not quote him say. So probably Kingston would have been 940, and then like Clarendon would have been 960. West St. Elizabeth would have been 962. So you see, when it reached Kingston, it never there it never there as high as it's supposed to be. And then when you reach Clarendon, it never there as low as it's supposed to be. So each parish have one different wind speed where the hurricane have to come with for it.
So hold on here now. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask that question now. So me never know, are you a meteorologist, sir?
No, but if you listen to him,
hold on for me.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea if the Minister of Finance is a member of the weather group at the National Hurricane Center?
No, me sure say man or nothing like that. Me sure.
Okay, hold on there for me now. Are you aware or can you say if when the minister was going to the insurance place to insure Jamaica, did he take a weather person with him?
No, but this, let me answer your question. Let me answer the question.
I don't finish with you, sir. I don't finish with you. You hold on a minute for me. Because you come here and tell me about wind speed in a Clarendon and wind speed in a this and wind speed in a that.
But I said that
hold on for me, sir. Hold on.
You know, let me make my point, you know. Let me make my point, man. Me said it, we said this. Me said that, we said this. The man basically said the reason why Kingston was at a lower end than St. Elizabeth and Montego Bay and Ocherius is because there is a lot more damage. There's a lot more investments that are placed on those places. So basically, poor people, like people who live at Rocky Point and South St. Elizabeth and them thing there, where really and truly I live day to day and week to week. They don't have no savings and nothing, you know. them get insured at one higher pace than the people them where they are Kingston and St. Andrew because of this $1 billion business them there and Montego Bay where only for tourists them come, them have to put it at a lower place. So in least amount of wind speed catch
No,
them.
hold on. Allow me to talk now, please.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that the Minister of the Minister of Finance went and insured Jamaica, not Jamaica, because obviously it's not Jamaica insuring insure Jamaica, yes, but he makes sure to insure Kingston at a higher rate.
Yeah, of course. And I think so. Let me tell you who him tell this girl named WBD or something on that. Me know Emily. Some Emily took me here my talk to. And he must say
No, I got to mention that. I can't find you, make you listen to it. Because what you said to me, with all due respect, you know, make no sense.
And that the man say, no? And that the man says, and that the man say, if you listen to him, so basically, man say Kingston and St. Andrew, Kingston area, Montego Bay area, the Oterius area is at a different level than the rest of areas them in Jamaica. Me answer, me listen to it over and over.
All right, and I'm going to dispute that with you. Maybe he did say it. Let me find it.
Yeah, when he said, man.
Let me find it here because I remember listening to it. All right, I find it. Hold on there for me now, people. Hold on there for me now. Let me take off this. Hold on there for me now. All right. What the name of this thing again? Hold on there for me. He was speaking. Hold on for me. Stop your nice sitting. Make I go on YouTube here. I'm glad you called me about it, but let me tell you something. You know, repeat what I need to tell you. Do not repeat one single thing these people tell you.
No, man, I show him up. I show people to know, say they don't love poor people. He man blatantly say, General, he man blatantly say, because the investments in these parts of the country is so high. Him put the wind speed at the lowest at those parts of the country. So you see, by the time the hurricane reach Clarendon, the wind speed did have to climb up to at least say not, me no want to send a number because me no want a person say me I quote them wrong, but it have to climb from which part it there to go. And Nigel Clark I speak to. Let me search for it fast until you.
Hold on, no man, you have to search for me find it.
Oh, you find it? Okay.
Yes, me find
yeah,
it.
man.
So I make sure somebody they get it prepared. Make the people,
okay,
my viewers and subscribers can listen to it keenly. Because
I love poor people.
Them people are take people for idiot.
All the time. And then it make it look like say them I do so much. Yes, yesterday me see a press conference because I know you have a lot of callers I go call. So more just get to make a couple of things that me have to say out there and then you can just, you know, you can talk about it after me come off.
All right, go ahead.
Yesterday me hear them attack I want press conference. Something I think I hear a program I watch it on you know where them talk about how much money spend and how much money I got spend. No, them people there, you have some people who lose their house, you have some people who lose so much. The people them walk up and gonna give people tarpaulin and mattress. Like, and then somebody asks them about approximately how much money you spend already to do all of this. The lady say, well, she can't quote and give exact figures, but approximately 70 million.
15 to 20 million.
No, more than that. Listen, good man. Watch your back. 50 to 70 million they spend already in terms of food and tarpaulin and
the landfall in 121 counties. There's also another report that a man died after a tree fell onto a house in Harris County, in Texas.
Or him not even pass over one bridge over Southwest. So all of those people, police station mash up, school mash up, residents house completely devastated. That not in the amount of them say, the approximate amount of them say, them need to start fix up place, you know. This government need to go, Jeffrey.
No, hold on. the care package money is different from the amount of money that need to spend to fix the road. It's $10 billion they need to fix the road. I have a call coming in. Thank you for calling, my brother.
All right.
Yeah, man. Thanks much. How would this call now? Good afternoon, my good friend. How you doing? Hello?
Yes, how you doing?
I am here looking and living, my brother. How you doing? Go ahead. You're live on air.
Not too bad. I've been listening to your program since the. Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. There is 1,000 so-called agencies in Jamaica to oversee corruption, but they're riddled with loophole, one counter the other to make sure nobody can go after the politician, and the corruption is killing the country. And this is how corruption show up and make people suffer because Jamaica is so corrupt. Even if you want to send money down there, you're wondering where to send it and who to send it to. The country is riddled with corruption. Unless I reach out to some corporate people I know and raise some money. But I tell you, Jeffrey, I will not send a cent of it to the Jamaican government. Any agency or anybody that is associated with the government will not get a dime of this money. I'd rather send it back to the donors.
All right. Hold on there for me now. Hold on for me now, my brother. Hold on for me. I am not telling you to trust me. But I'm going to say this to you. If you really want to help the people of, say, St. Elizabeth or Hanover or Clarendon, especially St. Elizabeth, there is a hardware down there. See? That I can tell you, my good friend, me not call a name for you, me know you. I, Jeffrey Clarence Tavares, can say this to you. That you can send that money to that hardware, and that hardware will make sure, no young people, will make sure the old Miss Matty, Sister Tem, and Jane get that money to fix up their houses. They will not charge you a penny less nor a penny over nothing. As a matter of fact, I have something here that was sent to me by the same, I asked the same person to send me the prices for zinc and okay, 5x8 plyboard is $5,350. 8 in zinc, I think, yeah, for $2,360. 10 in zinc for $2,950. And nails, a pound of zinc nail is for $335 Jamaican. So if you truly, sir, want to help, want to talk to me, we can talk off here because I reach out to them because I know somebody who wanted to help. I reach out to them and I gave the person the prices of the zinc and the nail and the this and the that. So if you
Jeffrey,
yes,
I'll call you later and we can talk about that. I'll definitely reach out to you.
Okay, sir.
But let me tell this, Jeffrey, is a disgrace. Our country, I don't know, Jeffrey. Sometimes I wonder if this country can make any headway in terms of the corruption because of these educated fools. These, every time I see them, I want to throw up because they dress up in them suit like monkey and them parade themselves around and them talk about the law and no law matters unless it's a just law that serves the people. I don't care what kind of degree you have. If the law is not just and serve the need of the people, then it's useless. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me say something to you, my friend.
Okay. That's what the civil rights
hold on
fight was about.
Hold on for a minute, my friend. Let me say something to you. In the coronavirus saga, the virus going around, a group of Jamaicans raised over, I think it's 44,000 US, or 400,000 US. I can't remember how much it was. And they sent it down to Jamaica. And the group is asking from Wappy Kill Philip, how did that money spend? You know what they tell the group? It was in the consolidated fund. They ask the question again. Can you give us some accountability of it? Until now, the Jamaican diaspora group under this administration, they cannot tell the people how the money has been spent. So I would advise Jamaicans up here.
That is not a surprise, you know. You can't get post utter, as the saying go. And from what I know and I've seen of this government, they're completely and utterly corrupt from top to bottom. I've seen nobody that I can look at in that group and say, okay, this is a future leader. Is not corrupt. The whole of them corrupt. Them hand is dripping with corruption. So I don't have no use for them, and I know some of them. And I refuse to sit down and break bread with people like that, because they're a despicable bunch of people. And anybody who support Andrew Holness is as corrupt as him, because bird of a feather stick together as far as I'm concerned. You know, I'm not into the corruption here or Jamaica. Nowhere. Corruption is a wicked act, especially to poor people.
I'm telling
so
you.
I'll talk to you later, Jeffrey.
Please do, my friend. Thanks much.
All right.
Thank you. A very good friend of mine who has been standing up for the poor class of Jamaicans for many years. And he continues to speak about his Jamaican people that he loves so much. Thank you for calling, my good friend. Thank you. You know, for those who really want to help, especially the people of St. Elizabeth, we have ways of helping. We have ways of getting the money down to a hardware. We can make you talk to the hardware person who's in charge of the hardware. We can have the money sent down to them, or there's an account up here we can deposit the money, and we'll have them get a list of who they're gonna give the zinc, the nail, the disc for. We can have that done. So for those who truly want to help, you have my number. No money will be coming through me. Nobody don't want the money. It is best we send the money to a hardware. What I get to understand, we're going to play some video clippings of what the JPS is saying about what is going on in St. Elizabeth. I know they're trying to get some help from overseas, because St. Elizabeth, over 250 something light posts was destroyed by this hurricane. The Minister of Technology, Daryl Vaz, or Energy rather, is saying that he's going to speak to JPS that have to make St. Elizabeth be a priority when it comes on to light. And I hope they put in some street lights down there now. Put in some street lights, because street lights wanted down there. When it comes on to Flow and Digicel, they're still working to get their internet coverage up in St. Elizabeth. So bear with them. That's what I was told. But for those who truly want to help with anything in St. Elizabeth, for St. Mary, I am trying to figure out what's going on in St. Mary. I'm still yet to get words out of St. Mary. But for those who want to help the people of St. Elizabeth, the people of Treasure Beach, the people of Lovers Leap and all those places down there, we have a hardware that if you decide to help, you can send directly to the hardware. The hardwares need a PNP, not a JLP. Let me get that clear. The man not involved in no politics. He's a family person. And he has been contributing to the community in St. Elizabeth for many years. The amount of people him getting nail, zinc, cement, black toe. And then who him saying when you want them for the money. For him roof will go after. Hurricane Barrel take off some of him roof over my house. And all of that is still helping people. So if you want to truly help the people of St. Elizabeth, we have a hardware down there. I know the gentleman. We can help you to assist. No money now come through the Make We Talk program. The money gonna go directly to them. The Make We Talk program what they call it first? What I can hardly pronounce the word. Facilitate. Big word that you know, I can hardly pronounce it. Andrew word them big fundamental, democratical and hypocritical and not hypocritical. Andrew word them there. So we can assist you. So if you want to truly help, we can assist you. But anyway, for those on here who's trying to figure out what's going on in St. Elizabeth, let me play. We're done with the Integrity Commission. Let me play what the JPS people is saying about hold on for me, please. Hold on for me. What the JPS is saying about light in St. Elizabeth and beyond St. Elizabeth. I want you to listen to something here from me. Hold a while for me. Then we're gonna end the program with what Nigel Clark said on Emily Cook's program. Because Nigel Clark take the Jamaican people for a bunch of idiots. But before I do that, let me make you listen to what the Prime Minister said inside the Parliament of Jamaica pertaining to JPS and what JPS said pertaining to helping with the lights in St. Elizabeth. Hold on for me. Listen to this, but the Prime Minister then go to JPS. Hold on for me, please.
Why is it that, all around me there is electricity and the 10 or so homes on my street are without? JPS sustained significant damage to their backbone transmission infrastructure. We call them the high tension wires that traverse the country going over the hills and mountains, and those broke. And so they had to repair those first, and then they would then be able to address the distribution lines. Now, not every community, even where they're adjoined, gets power from the same substation. And so one substation that serves the adjoining community may not yet be returned, while another, which is beside it, is. And so that explains sometimes. And then when you go even granular, as they mentioned, sometimes it is a transformer. Sometimes it is a circuit. A circuit may be bad in one area, which would then cause a few homes not to get. And so over time, as they go through, they will refine the system. So I ask for the patience of those, and those who have been waiting patiently, please be assured that we are moving as quickly as possible.
There you have it. Then I'm going to listen to what a senior manager of JPS said. Listen to what the senior manager of JPS said.
Should be able to get Lionel Town back over the next 24 to 48 hours. We have Ali Hall, Kemp's Hill.
Hold on for me, please. I do apologize. One moment, here we go.
Should be able to get Lionel Town back over the next 24 to 48 hours. We have Ali Hall, Kemp's Hill, Rocky Point, Mitchelltown, and Milk River. They are on the list for possible energization over the next 48 hours. And there are adjoining communities that I am sure will be able to see light by Friday.
Okay,
the majority of our customers in Clarendon will have their power back by Saturday.
There you have it. They are working hard to get the lights back into St. Elizabeth. And the people of Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and Hanover. When you see that, you see what's going on, I not even mention the people of Westmoreland too much, because they got damage, but not as much as St. Elizabeth, I was told. So that's one of the reasons why I'm lobbying so much for St. Elizabeth, because the people, listen to me. I want to make something clear too. No? You see the people of St. Elizabeth? If you go down there before the hurricane, and you know Mr. Bayo, and the next door neighbor knows say no, Mr. Bayo, you know. No man, I buy your friend that man. What you want? You want some tomato? Before you left St. Elizabeth, your car trunk full of kind of food. Tomato, scallion, thyme, onion, nigger yam, renter yam, ihi yam, uno yam they call ihi yam. How you want to call ihi yam? I can't call it on the area. But that's why you want to call ihi yam. Renter yam, sweet yam, all kind of yam. You leave from there with a car trunk full of all kind of something. That's how the people of St. Elizabeth is. They're very giving people, they're very loving people. And we must make sure that the people of St. Elizabeth get back on their feet. It's a breadbasket parish. The people of St. Elizabeth must get back on their feet. And when JPS going there to restore the lights, make sure that every single light post have a street light on it. You hear you? What make I go call the name on it something around Brown? You call the name, me not call no name. A king behave on yourself. Me not call the name pan you don't behave on yourself. But we need to make sure the person get back on their feet. When you go down there, I have experienced it myself. I give you a joke. Well, I was coming from Kingston to Negril. You know, there's a road. When I go around the roundabout there, so in a Manchester, you must go like this. You don't go like that. You don't take the road that go left. I take the road that go left and go straight in St. Elizabeth. In a must be the place name I'm going on. And when I went in there, I end up lost. I end up lost inside there. I lost my where I was going. And I woke up on some people who know a man who raised me, who helped to raise me. And some people who know my biological grandfather by my father's side. And when I tell them who I was, and who was my family, whatever, I am not exaggerating on my line. Before I left St. Elizabeth, my car trunk was full of all kind of food. When I reached Nicola, my grandmother's yard, and I went in my car trunk and take out. So she said, you buy out? I said, no. I lost my way coming into Negril because I made a wrong turn. And that's how the people are. And that's why I am lobbying so much that the people of St. Elizabeth must get back on their feet. And JPS must make sure that every single light post you put up must have a street light. You know want build back St. Elizabeth? Build back St. Elizabeth better and bigger. Bigger and better. So we must make sure that we get everything down to the people. We can get the nail and the zinc and the this and the that of the hardware and the two before. Make sure the people get back on their feet, man. They must get back on their feet. And we must make sure of that. People can't, as I said to you before, you know, some people are using this devastation to make themselves get rich. By saying how many organization I must donate to this and donate to that. Hear this up, reggae girls. Why don't I be able to sell about the yam business, man? One must be able to sell, you know. Yes. Some people are using this devastation to make money. I am from Negril. Where father live in Sheffield. We can talk off here. Yes. The people must get back on their feet. And yeah, some people using this thing to make money off of them for get rich for drive Prado and Range Rover. Tracy. Why only something? Only not listen to what I'm talking about. Why is it that the yam? What am I going to say about the yam? I pay yam I'm not talking about. You must behave on yourself, you know. Behave on yourself, man. So, you know, we must get back on our feet in St. Elizabeth, man. Let the people get back on their feet. I want to tell you all that you must remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Like, share, and subscribe. Let us listen to what. Oh, by the way, UNICEF is in Jamaica trying to help. They also find gun innocent in Westmoreland. Listen to what UNICEF is saying about helping hurricane victims in Jamaica.
We are concentrated ourselves in those sectors that I have mentioned. Water and sanitation is critical for children because if we don't cover this area, they will get sick. So we definitely have to put all of our effort there. Also, food is very important. As you know, I might know in these circumstances, the acute malnutrition is something that emerged. So we have to tackle with it. And also the social and psychosocial support. Children are impacted psychologically talking, and we are here to try to explain them, try to cope with the stress. We are waiting for the government to identify the final assessment, and then after, when the government gave us the green line, we are more than willing to support, not only as UNICEF, but as UN system in the country.
Everybody's trying to assist. You hear that? We have another item of news that we need to... but before we do that, listen to me. The Prime Minister of Jamaica went on Al Zero, and also Senator Matthew Samuda. And the Minister of Local Government, Desmond McKenzie, was speaking on TVJ. The Jamaican people is yet to know the true figures of shelters that are open up in Jamaica. Because there's a conflict going on between Desmond McKenzie, Matthew Samuda, and the Prime Minister. I want you all to listen to this.
The number of shelters, we are close to now some 60-odd shelters across the country.
Those who are in low-lying areas, those who are in flood-prone areas, go to any of our 780-plus shelters.
We have 900 shelters right across the island. I would say that about 90% of them are mobilized and ready.
Something all right. Something all right, yeah.
I wonder if you know that.
You hear that? Desmond McKenzie is saying that 60-odd plus shelters. Matthew Samuda tells CNN is 700-odd shelters. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica told Al Zero is 900-odd shelters that is open up. Which is the true figure? Which one of these numbers are the true figure? The Prime Minister of Jamaica, along with Matthew Samuda and Desmond McKenzie, must tell the Jamaican people and the diaspora which are the true figures of the shelters. Because if they start lie already about the shelters, and we must send money go down there go get them, then they're not gonna have supper. What are the true figures? Listen to what they said again. And I'm sister them, sister.
The number of shelters, we are close to now some 60-odd shelters across the country.
Those who are in low-lying areas, those who are in flood-prone areas, go to any of our 780-plus shelters.
We have 900 shelters right across the island. I would say that about 90% of them are mobilized and ready.
Something all right. You're so correct. What entertaining name again? Ninja Man. Ninja Man says something not right. 60. Desmond McKenzie says 60. Senator Matthew Samuda saying it's 780 plus. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica is telling Al Zero is 900 plus shelters has opened up during Hurricane Beryl. Then if they start tell with them sitting here, and we don't know which one of the true figures. So when all the money go to Jamaica, what will happen? If there is not a accountability in the money that was sent to Jamaica by members of the Jamaican diaspora to help with the coronavirus. Until now, they can't tell the members of the Jamaican diaspora who helped organize the fundraising, how that money was spent, who got that money. They can't tell nobody about it. If the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Minister of Water and the Minister of Local Government cannot tell the media, both international and local, what is the true figure of the shelters in Jamaica, then there's something wrong with it. So it's fundamentally wrong. And they can't come out and say it's when they call it AI generated. They said it. It's on TVJ, CNN, and Al Zero. May God help this country of ours when these people finish with it. Okay, if we sit down and do not about it, what you not expect? $60, 780, 900. My maths not so right. Somebody add up that for me now. 780 plus 60 plus 900. How much shelter is that? You not tell me no because my maths not so good. Hey, Jesus, help me, Lord. May God have mercy upon we. I want you all to listen to an interview that was done on a radio station in Jamaica, where attorney at law Emily Cooks Shields interviewed the minister, Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance. Murty Perkins did say that Omar Davies was Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance. Now, I have dubbed this Minister of Finance Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance. I was the first person who did that. Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, was on Emily Cook Shields' program. And this is what he said to her on the program pertaining to the 150 million United States dollars insurance policy that Jamaica has, and the $10 million that Jamaica has to pay out to service this insurance policy every year. We know now that the Jamaican people will not get a red cent based on how the minister signed his insurance, whatever, with insurance company. Did the minister read the fine print? That's one of the questions we need to ask. Did the Minister of Finance take a person who knew about the weather pattern in the Caribbean to that meeting? Did the minister get a lawyer with him to look over the documents before he signed the documents? Those are the questions we're asking the minister. And I want you all to listen to what he said to Emily Crooks on her program. Listen to what he said.
As beryl makes its way north through the states, the officials are reporting. So we're watching to see it's a category 1 upon hitting Texas. We're joined now by the Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, just to find out some updates on catastrophe bond and the various avenues of funding available to us post Beryl. Minister, good to have you on the hotline.
Good to be here, Emily.
Yes, welcome. Yeah, so I played for the listeners the audio that you sent concerning what is available to us, because you say the catastrophe bond is not triggered because we need a very intense category 4 or a category 5 hurricane making landfall for the cat bond to be triggered, right?
Yes, correct. The cat bond, let me just, if I can spend a few minutes on that.
Yeah.
The cat bond is the highest layer in our disaster risk financing framework. And it is designed in such a way that we've put a grid over Jamaica and over the surrounding waters. And each of those grids, the grids are of squares and triangles, and each of them is associated with a centralized air pressure. Now, for your listeners, the air pressure of a hurricane is inversely proportional to the intensity of the hurricane. What do I mean by that? The more intense the hurricane is, the lower the air pressure is. So each of those grids over Jamaica and the surrounding waters has an air pressure associated with it. And for the catastrophe bond to trigger, the path of the hurricane has to go through those grids and be lower than the centralized air pressure. So the trigger for the bond is observable by the naked eye. You just have to look at the National Hurricane Center. You see the track of the hurricane, and you see the intensity, you see the air pressure, and you can tell for yourself from your living room, once you know what the air pressures are, whether it has triggered or not.
So what is that? What is there a magic number that we should look for air pressure?
Right. So the air pressure would differ over different sections of the island and over the water as well. But I'm going to give you more detail as I go on. So in the case of Beryl would have started out in the Eastern Caribbean, and you recall that at some point it was upgraded to Category 5. Its centralized air pressure was, and I'll give context so your listeners can understand. It was like 938 millibars, which is intense Category 5 hurricane. As it moved towards Jamaica, the air pressure increased, meaning intensity decreased from 938 to 945, 940s, 945. By the time it got into Jamaican waters within the grids over Jamaica in our cat bond, the centralized air pressure was 959, which was over the water where it entered was higher than the threshold required to trigger. If it had made landfall, the centralized air pressure to trigger the cat bond over, say, Kingston is 968. Over Clarendon is 960. So had the same Beryl make landfall in Jamaica. What do we mean by making landfall? What we mean by that is that the center of the storm goes over Jamaica, right? Had that happened, the same Beryl, had the same Beryl traversed in such a way that the center went over any landmass in Jamaica, it would have triggered.
Well, why did you pitch it so high, the trigger point? Or which of the previous hurricanes? Tell me what is from Gilbert coming down to before Beryl. What was our experience such that we had hurricanes with that air pressure making landfall that would justify the high trigger point that we have?
Okay. Well, the first thing, there's a major difference, Emily, between a hurricane making landfall and not, and that is what we're trying to protect against. Anybody who has seen the I don't know if anybody, there's a video going around of the wind at Monroe College. Somebody videoed the hurricane itself, right? And when you see the ferocity of that and you take into consideration that the center of this hurricane was still 50 miles south of Monroe, right? I think we're if you're realistic about what a Category 5 or high Category 4 making landfall in Jamaica really mean, you'll understand why it is that we just cannot leave ourselves exposed to it. So the thresholds, Emily, over, say, where we have, let's say a Kingston or a Montego Bay, the thresholds there are quite high, meaning a lower intensity storm would trigger them. The threshold is like 960, which is, Gilbert would have triggered that. I mean, remember, Gilbert was a storm that went over Jamaica. Remember, Gilbert was not as strong as many hurricanes that we've had in the last 30 years. But the difference is Gilbert was a much weaker hurricane, but the difference is that it went over Jamaica, and that's why it was so devastating.
But if Beryl remained south of Jamaica, so didn't make landfall and got up to the intensity of about 960.
No. If it got down to the intensity of, say, 940, 945, it would have triggered.
Oh, but you said Kingston's intensity is about 960. So if it hit Kingston at 960, but it didn't make landfall. Okay, let me go again. So just imagine, and I'm going to tweet some charts out to further understanding, and I encourage and I encourage the interest and applaud the interest that everyone has. So I will make some more information available to make sure that everybody can understand the protection that we have. Yes.
So let's imagine Jamaica and the waters around Jamaica. And let's imagine you divide all of that up into squares.
Yes.
Some of them might be triangles, right? What we have are centralized pressures for each of those squares. Now, clearly, where you have a lot of the word that we use in the industry uses, where the aggregate sums of potential losses are higher.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure you have, the air pressure you use. You want to make sure that a lower intensity storm could trigger.
Yes.
So you take Kingston or Montego Bay, where we have hundreds of billions of dollars of installed, assets.
Yes.
Right. We don't we're not waiting for Category 5 to go over Kingston for it to trigger. A high Category 3 would trigger if it went directly over Kingston. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're using an air pressure there of 960, which is not the most intense storm at all. In fact, 960, would be maybe just about where Beryl was. So if Beryl came over Kingston, it would have triggered. Or Beryl
so
came over
I get
Montego
that.
Bay.
What I'm trying to understand, is it a twin criteria you're dealing with, meaning landfall plus whatever prescribed air pressure, or if you have air pressure at the prescribed level but the hurricane does not make landfall, will it trigger?
No. You're close, but there's a little nuance. No, the trigger for the hurricane, where you're correct, is there are two criteria. One, it has to go through one of the grids, and two, when it goes through the grid, the air pressure has to be lower than the threshold. Now, the grids are on the land of Jamaica and around the surrounding waters. So it does not have to, where I saw a newspaper report in the Gleaner, again, if they just took what I had written in my release, they would have been correct, but they tried to editorialize it, turn in the opening paragraphs, and they got it wrong. The hurricane does not have to make landfall for it to trigger. Okay? It can trigger if it is off the coast. But what I said in my release...
Hold on there for me. Hold on a minute there for me. Me not profess to be one of those scholar who went to Harvard or UA or wherever. What me confused with this? Is the Minister of Finance a weather reporter too? Me kind of daft towards this. Me have not tried get a person who know about the weather and a company who insure countries based on natural disaster. The mega bar, the this and the, I'm confused. I am very confused with this. And if you invite the minister on this program to come and explain to you, in grown America going to come and come on the program, you know. I have to do some more research. Let me not comment on this yet, but I'm a bit confused with this. Let's continue to listen to some more of it.
So I want to get that very clear, right? The Cat 1 can be triggered for a hurricane that goes, that where the center goes, traverses through the southern or northern waters of Jamaica. Mm-hmm. And it can trigger if it goes through the land mass of Jamaica. So the path has to go through one of those grids.
Okay.
But in addition to going through one of those grids, the centralized air pressure, when it goes through the grid, has to be lower than the threshold for that particular grid. The way in which the Cat 1 is designed to make it affordable, clearly, is that the grids vary, right? Yes. I mean, the air pressure varies according to the grid and according to the sum insured that we have in each grid, so to speak.
So this grid... let me just understand. Outside the perimeter of the landmass Jamaica, how far out in the water, the Caribbean Sea surrounding Jamaica, does the grid extend? Is it like 40, 45 miles or 40 miles out there?
Yes. It goes, Beryl came through the grid. I'm going to WhatsApp you some grids here, Emily, so at least you can see.
Yes, I can appreciate that.
So the grids extend south of Jamaica.
40 miles out.
Or more. 60 miles, 70 miles, something like that.
Okay.
So what I said in my release is that had Beryl if Beryl's path was exactly the same as it has been, but it did not, the intensity was not lowered as compared to what it was in the Caribbean.
We're talking with Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clarke, understanding firstly how this catastrophe bond is triggered so that we can have access to a payout. We're understanding that Beryl has not triggered it, and so we're trying to find out why. So Minister Clarke, you sent me a grid a moment ago, which shows that the entire island of Jamaica and parts extending in each direction out into the Caribbean Sea, that those form part of this grid that you are talking about. And a grid, listeners, is just little squares around the island for certain miles extending out to sea beyond the land mass of Jamaica. So you're saying if the eye passes anywhere along this grid around Jamaica or in, of course, on the landmass itself, and it's at air pressure, which has been decided and which has been placed in the fine print of the catastrophe bond, then a payout could come under those circumstances.
Yes. So further for your listeners, there are 19 grids.
Yeah.
And about 10 of those grids cover the landmass, and the remainder of the grid cover the waters around Jamaica, north, south, east, and west. For the Cat bond to trigger, the center of the hurricane has to pass through at least one of these grids. And when it passes through that grid, the air pressure has to be lower than the specified air pressure, which is not fine print. That is big and bold. And by air pressure has to be lower, what we're saying is that the intensity has to be higher than a particular threshold. Now, let me just give you some context. Hurricane Ivan in
2004,
which has been the most devastating hurricane to hit.
Before we go any further, see this person who coming on this program, we're going to talk about UIC. We need to listen before we speak, you know. Please do not distract the people on the program trying to listen to something. Ask the president of the UIC to come and tell the Jamaican people how much money did he collect for the UIC. Ask the president of the UIC. I'm going to take my time to talk. How many candidates he has up for the general election coming up? How many candidates does the UIC have now can present to the Jamaican people to run an election? When you come and talk about UIC, Jamaica need UIC. You need UIC, my vote. Can the UIC tell the Jamaican people how they collect their money, how much money is in the kitty, and how the money is being spent?
To traverse through the waters of Jamaica since Gilbert did not make landfall in Jamaica. Hurricane Ivan, the center of Hurricane Ivan went through the south of Jamaica, very much like Beryl. But Hurricane Ivan had an air pressure of 926. Right? Hurricane Ivan was an intense hurricane. It was a Category 5, and it caused immense damage across Jamaica, not in one or two parishes, but across all of Jamaica. This cat bond was structured in such a way that Hurricane Ivan would have triggered it. Hurricane Dean, which came 3 years later, similarly, the center of Hurricane Dean did not pass through Jamaica. Hurricane Dean went to the south of Jamaica. Its air pressure was in the high 920s, low 930s. And Hurricane Dean, based on its path and based on its intensity, would have triggered the cat bond. Hurricane Beryl, however, went on a similar path, and by similar I mean just south of Jamaica, to both Ivan and Dean. But Hurricane Beryl was a much, much, much weaker storm than either Ivan or Dean. As I said earlier, the centralized air pressure for Hurricane Beryl was in the 960s. Now, the point I made in my release is that had Hurricane Beryl, with the same centralized air pressure in the 960s, had it gone over the landmass of Jamaica, it would have triggered the cat bond.
Okay.
But the threshold over the water is lower than the threshold over the land for obvious reasons.
Okay, so it's not a landfall issue.
No, it's not. No, I was just making a point that had the same Hurricane Beryl go over the land,
yes,
trigger
with the centralized pressure it brought.
Yes, but with the same relative weakness, and by weakness I mean relative to Ivan and Dean and others. Had the path been exactly the same, but had it been as strong as it was when it was over the Caribbean, it would have triggered. Which is why that's why when we began to get worried that this thing could be but it clearly is devastating in St. Elizabeth, in Manchester, in Clarendon, and so on. But it could have been a national devastating event was when we saw the intensity of it in the Caribbean and saw the path. That was where we got really worried.
But let me ask you though, St. Elizabeth,
yes,
based on its upward turns a bit to the north, did it not come in the grid and at the centralized air pressure required to trigger the bond for St. Elizabeth? Could it happen like that, where a parish benefits but not others?
Right. So it as I mentioned earlier, it went through those it went through the grids at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But by the time it went through those grids, the air pressure was very high compared to the threshold air pressures, meaning,
Yes.
as I said earlier, the air pressure by that time was in the 960s.
Yeah, but if this is so, then, Minister, it's like no nail is to be left in St. Elizabeth or any part of Jamaica for us to actually ever get any money from the cat bond.
No, that's not the case at all. What are we trying to cover with the first, I want you to, what we're trying to cover with the catastrophe bond is an hurricane of an intensity that the other resources that we have on hand are not enough to address.
Okay.
That is what we're trying to cover. We're not simply trying to buy something that triggers for every hurricane. First of all, that would be unaffordable. We would not be able to afford such coverage. And that's why what we have is layers of cover. So if you notice, Hurricane Beryl has triggered all of the other layers. And we need to get to that in a moment to talk about the CRIP policy. It has triggered, by triggered, what I mean is the money is available, right? We have money available from our contingency fund, from our national disaster fund, we have money available from the contingent credit claim, and the tropical cyclone policy with CRIP has also triggered. Right? I've said that now 3 times on the public domain. I don't think it has been carried yet on any.
No, we have, and I played it this morning in full. Okay, so we will get to those.
Okay.
Yeah. But let me ask you. Go ahead.
So 4 of the 5 layers have triggered.
Yes.
This is exactly what we expect. For
honestly, whatever this minister is saying don't make absolutely 1 sense to me. And I'm trying to figure out something here. I need to call a friend of mine at the National Hurricane Center in Miami. We have to find out what insurance, the name of the insurance company Minister Clark used to insure Jamaica. And what he's saying, if all of that was outlined in the document that Minister Clark signed on the behalf of Jamaica. Because me not understand this. Me confused out of my whoops. There's an idiot on this program here named Seymour, who is some JLP propagandist who's talking about now why I don't talk about Mark Golding and whatever. It seems like your ears deaf or termite them out your brain. Listen to some more what Dr. Clark is saying, please.
a hurricane that is not of the highest intensity, it is not expected, nor is it designed that it's going to trigger all 5 layers.
Yes.
It is intense enough, however, to trigger 4 of the 5 layers.
Okay.
We could easily have a storm that does not trigger the CRIP policy. We could have some rain and whatever that does not trigger the credit contingent claim, right? So what we want to do is to make sure we have the resources on hand to respond to the disaster as it occurs. With the triggering that has happened, with the passage of Beryl and the triggering of those 4 layers, we have the resources to respond to the emergency expenditures, the relief and recovery that is required. And that is, full demonstration that the disaster.
So hold on there now. On hear what the minister said a while ago. He said that they have the resources to respond to what is going on now. So why are they begging money? Somebody just sent me something a while ago. Listen to me. So why is the Jamaica Council General in New York is asking Friends of Jamaican Global People to help Jamaica with money? If Minister Clark is saying that Jamaica has the resources and the finance to deal with what's going on in Jamaica now. I don't understand this. It is in today's Gleaner that the Jamaica Council General in New York is asking for funds to help election money for true. Listen to some more of what Nigel is saying. Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, ODOM, BLB, CB, SMMP, and all kind of P.
The framework is working. And the measure of it working is not that the cat bond triggers. The cat bond is there to trigger, and I'm repeating myself here, is there to trigger for hurricanes where we don't have the resources to respond to them because the damage is so extensive.
So great. Okay, got you. So all of these different funds now that we're going to talk about, they are layers of the catastrophe bond?
No, they're not. They're different instruments.
Okay,
right?
That's what I understood, that they're different.
Let me, if I can use, an analogy, right? Let's say you have some kind of barometer that goes from 0 to 100. You'll have a policy that triggers if the barometer measures 20. You'll have another policy that triggers if the barometer is between 20 and 50. And another one that comes in if it's between 50 and 70. And then one that only comes in if the barometer goes up, to 80. Right? The cat bond is the kind of instrument that only triggers if the barometer reads 80.
Okay.
But if it reads 65, which is less than 80, we have other instruments that cover that outcome.
So we understand the instruments to which you make reference, the contingency fund and the national disaster fund. You say about 4.5 billion we'll have access to under those two.
Yes.
And tell me now, when you say have access, how soon will we get access to this 4.5 billion?
Well, the 4.5 billion represent funds that we have put aside, all right? Rather than
everything's supposed to work.
A few years ago,
yes, everything's supposed to work.
We had the discipline and, if I dare say, the foresight to take money out of our budget and put away in an account at the Bank of Jamaica for situations like this. Meaning that we have been saving towards these kind of occurrences. And the total, I'd have hoped it was the total now is 4.5 billion. That is represented by, cash sitting at the Bank of Jamaica. We have immediate access to it. I must, however, say that it doesn't mean that we spend all of it, Emily, because we are at the beginning of the hurricane season. In school, we learn June too soon, July stand by, August a must, September remember, October all over.
Sorry about that. I was saying that if this minister is saying to us that the $4.5 billion is available, then he's saying that they can't spend all of that $4.5 billion. So that means come next year, this time, Some people have sense, but not gone over their head. Is it that's why they're asking the Jamaica Council General in Miami, in New York rather, to help raise funds to send come Jamaica? Something not adding up here. I am no financial expert, nor am I a weather expert, nor am I an insurance expert. But I have to get somebody from the insurance company who know about these things to come and tell us what's going on. Something not adding up here. Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance is speaking. Let's listen to some more.
This was almost a June too soon hurricane. So we still have July standby, August. Yeah, we still have July, August, September, and October to go. And it would not be wise to leave ourselves totally exposed to anything that comes our way in the ensuing month.
Based on the assessment, how much you think you will take out of these two funds, out of the 4.5?
It's too premature to say that right now, but we are too premature to say that. We will get to that hopefully later in the week.
Okay.
But in addition to those,
I want you to come back. I need you to come back and tell me about the other two, because you did say you'd do some checks over the weekend to find out, I believe, about tropical cyclone, and we want to hear about the contingency credit claim with the IDB. Give us some minutes after the headline so you can clear those up for me. All right. Thank you so much, Finance Minister Dr. Nigel Clarke. So CAT bond is not available to us because it didn't fall within the grid at the centralized air pressure that is required for the catastrophe bond. That's the big payout. But there are other funds available, he says, and we will find out about two more of those after the headlines.
No problem.
Right. So based on what you've put out, there are other possibilities for us getting money for the recovery after burial. And you tell us of two particular ones. There is the tropical cyclone. Tell me about that one first and how much we can access after you had your talks over the weekend.
Yes, so let's put it in context just to where we left off. We have a multi-layered suite of instruments. At the bottom layer, that one is available for all storms. So the layer above that for storms of a particular intensity, the layer above that, you have to be more intense and so.
Can you all tell me if you're hearing, please? Let me all know if you're hearing. For those who are not hearing, I don't know what to do. Maybe they need to go out and come back in. Can somebody tell them to go out and come back in? Jackson, tell them to go out and come back in for me, please. Hey, tell them to go out and come back in, please, because I don't know why they're not hearing. Thank you all very much. Listen to some more what Nigel Clarke is saying, please.
We have triggered 4 of the 5 layers, and here we're talking about the 4th layer, which is our insurance policy with the Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facility.
Mm-hmm.
We have a tropical cyclone policy with them, and we have received the policy notice that this policy has triggered, and there will be a payout of approximately 16 million US, or at today's exchange rate, approximately $2.5 billion. And this is additional to the other layers that we discussed earlier, where resources are available, from which resources are available.
Right. So that's under the tropical cyclone policy, 2.5 billion.
Yes.
And excess rainfall policy, anything on that yet?
The excess rainfall policy, nothing on that yet. We await final calculations on that one.
Yeah, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Fund, who is that with?
The Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facility is essentially a CARICOM organization owned by the Caribbean government. It provides. Let me rephrase that. It's housed in St. Lucia, and it provides natural disaster insurance to countries in the Caribbean and in Central America, and even, I think, on the northern tip of South America, heavily supported by our bilateral partners, such as Canada. We've provided great assistance to CRIF, as well as our multilateral partners, including the World Bank. And we have policies with them, such as excess rainfall, tropical cyclone, and with an earthquake policy with them.
Okay. So this 2.5 billion, firstly, under the cyclone, tropical cyclone one, that becomes available when and how is it going to be used?
Right. So we have confirmation today. I believe that it might take a few weeks for the resources to be delivered. In terms of how it will be used, again, I won't be able to specify that right now. Our focus is going to be on relief efforts, meaning the persons who are affected and areas that are affected, as well as recovery. And what recovery means, making sure we can get all aspects of the economy, all aspects of society back on track to our pre-barrel status. That's how funds will be spent, as well as probably preparing for other disasters and making sure that we don't leave ourselves vulnerable.
So individual household or homeowner who's lost a roof or had damage to particular items of furniture, will they be getting any specific donation to rebuilding their homes?
I believe the Prime Minister will speak to that in greater detail later. But as I said, relief is going to be a priority, and relief means people who have been affected, who are in need. We'll find some way to address some of the needs that they face at this time.
Right. We hear as well about a contingency credit claim before the Inter-American Development Bank.
Yes.
What, have you accessed that?
Yes, the contingent credit claim is the third layer in our multi-layered framework. And what this is, we will never, Emily, be able to provide all of the sort of traditional insurance or cat bond protection, etc. It would just be, just too costly to provide all the funds that we need. So we have a diversity of instruments, and one of them is called a contingent credit claim, which is a credit product. It does have some grant facilities that come with it, but it's a credit product, a loan product that's negotiated, years in advance, and it just stands there. And if there is a disaster, you can draw it on immediately. The advantage of it is that the funds are available within days or within a week, and the terms are all hammered out long in advance. And so you're not in a position where you're scrambling, trying to get a loan underwritten, trying to negotiate terms, trying to negotiate the policy conditions, what laws you have to pass to get the loan, right? Trying to get board approval, trying to get cabinet approval. If you were to start from scratch today to get a loan from multilateral, it could take you 6 months.
Right.
Right. So what this is pre-financing that is available. We just have to say, look, we are interested, and they run the calculations to make sure that the fund, that the claim is triggered by the intensity of the storm, and then the funds become available. We have $46 billion available under that facility. We'll see how much of it, is actually available on the barrel. Not all of it is available because it depends on the intensity of the storm, and they have to run their models to determine. And then we have to determine what our needs are.
Yes.
Again.
Hold on there for me now. Hold on there for me. Did I hear the minister clearly? The minister said that under that insurance policy, I think out of St. Lucia, is $46 billion. And they do not know how much they're going to get to that $46 billion as yet. So they have an insurance policy in St. Lucia for the country of $46 billion. And the Jamaican people wasn't aware of this either. $46 billion. and 4.5 billion is available to spend on a different insurance policy that they have. And I think the one out of St. Lucia is a $46 billion insurance policy US. Let's listen to some more of Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance.
We're going to have to be, we want to be very prudent, Emily. We want to have, to have the national confidence that we can have a conversation about resources that we have on hand without feeling compelled to exhaust them if there isn't a need to exhaust them.
Got you.
Because we have to prepare for the future.
What's the interest rate under the contingency credit claim?
I'm not, you got me there, but it's going to be a very concessional rate. It's not anything near market rate.
Right.
It'll be just a few points.
But so based on what you've told us, you have now approximately $7 billion that's available to us. One under the tropical cyclone policy. You've got the policy notice this morning, plus the 4.5 billion under the contingency fund and the National Disaster Fund. So you're saying when the assessment is done, we'll figure out how much we really need to draw down, how much we really need to use out of the 7 billion that's available, bearing in mind we're early in the hurricane season as well, yeah?
Correct. And I want to, for your listeners, make a distinct. There's 3 phases that we need resources for, right?
Mm-hmm.
One is relief, and relief is almost immediate. The hurricane passes. There is damage to critical infrastructure. The roof of a hospital is blown off, etc., or serious damage to people and lives. So there's relief. Then you have recovery, which is getting the country back up to the pre-natural disaster level of production and activity, right? So clearing roads, moving trees out, restoring power, restoring water, restoring telephone, etc. That's recovery. Yeah, and then you have reconstruction. Now, reconstruction is the longest phase, and that can go, way into the future. And reconstruction is such that your disaster funds, your disaster financing funds are not for reconstruction. In other words, you can't, let me rephrase it. It is not possible for you to put aside enough resources to provide for all the damage that a hurricane can cause. Clearly, right? If you get a Category 5 that hits Grenada, the damage was, 200% of GDP. Right? There's no way for you to put those resources aside.
Mm-hmm.
But that is not what the real problem with dealing with disaster is. Not the reconstruction so much. It's the relief and the recovery. I give you the analogy of Hurricane Gilbert. When, I don't know if you recall, Emily, you're too young. But
I was quite active in Hurricane Gilbert.
I know. I'm teasing.
Yes.
You remember this plane that was in the willow trees on the way to the airport? And any of your listeners can just Google Hurricane Gilbert plane in tree, and the image will come up because it has achieved immortality. It was so powerful that it hoisted a plane into the air. It landed in a tree, and it stayed there for what must have been what seemed like weeks. Right? It stayed there for a long time because it was not, it was not relief. It was not emergency. Yeah. In a disaster, you have emergencies, as we can see as we look across the landscape. And what we want is to have the resources on hand to deal with emergencies and to deal with recovery. Reconstruction, you can plan. You can, put that into budgetary forecast and put it in your public investment program and plan as to how and when you're going to reconstruct them. That in a way that does not interrupt or put your fiscal trajectory off track.
Let me ask you this, because as you talk about the recovery mode, is the government prepared to advance any sort of support financially or otherwise to JPS to help with the reconnection efforts across the island still outstanding?
Okay, that's a tricky one. The resources of the government are not intended to subsidize private companies. JPS is a private company. in which the government has an interest. To the extent that JPS needs resources as a private company, it can get resources in a private market, private credit markets, or it can raise money from its shareholders, which includes the government. If there were a call for raising equity from shareholders, then yes, the government could participate in that. But, regular sort of subsidies to a private company, that would not be the first call on resources. Yeah. That wouldn't be the first call.
But with the impact of on productivity, of the
Mhm.
absence of electricity, and the obvious need for assistance in parishes like St. Elizabeth and so forth, what sort of support can government provide even for private entities such as the Light and Power Company?
Let me tell you something that we are, yes, what we can do, Emily, JPS had a challenge with their LNG facility, which is a major production facility. LNG is highly flammable, can be a dangerous fuel, and it's stored in a floating vessel off the coast of Clarendon near to the plant. When the hurricane began to make its way, that vessel filled with LNG had to leave for safer harbor. Having a vessel filled with liquefied natural gas in the midst of a hurricane could create a disaster of its own. Having that vessel leave Jamaica, JPS had to switch to ADO, which is diesel oil. And diesel oil does not benefit from the same doesn't have the same tax benefits as LNG. And the reason for that is that it's dissuasive, right? We don't want JPS to have the incentive to use ADO, right? Because ADO is more expensive for Jamaica.
Just hold on for me. Just hold on. I'm so sorry. I have to take a break and come back, Minister.
Boy, I am trying to understand what the minister is saying. And I'm not here talking politics because he's a JLP minister. So for all those who come over here and talking nonsense, please. Because you don't understand one damn thing the minister is saying either. That's how daft you are. Carol, you were? Carol, can you send it to my WhatsApp, please? You read what Bloomberg was saying? Send it to my WhatsApp now, please. So I can look it over. Because this minister, I don't know. Something not add up here at all. Something don't sound good to me at all. Something not adding up to me. Something not adding up with this insurance policy at all. $7 billion is going to be available. And the minister is saying that they can't spend the entire $7 billion. They need $10 billion for road. Listen to this. They need $10 billion for road, Yet $1.7 trillion is unaccountable for. So I don't understand something here. They need $700 million for education, according to the Minister of Education, to help with the relief of education. The roads in Jamaica, to fix the roads, going to cost the country $10 billion.
Knowledge JPS is a private.
Let's go back to this company.
It's a bit tricky to do that, but he's giving us a scenario in which support has been had by JPS from the government. You're talking about the LNG and then the diesel oil, Minister.
Right. So let me just say that obviously JPS is under the portfolio of the Minister of Energy, and I think they've been doing a good job in updating the public on the return of electricity. What falls in my domain, as I was explaining to you, that ADO is a less attractive fuel for Jamaica, and so there's a disincentive for JPS to use it, and therefore the tax considerations are different. In the advent, however, of a natural disaster, when due to no fault of their own, LNG is not available, right? For the safety of Jamaicans, the LNG facility the LNG storage vessel has been moved out of Jamaican waters. The JPS has reached out to say Canada has provided a lot of assistance to
Yes. How much do we pay? We pay per year, per month? So based on the policy notice you've had,
a contract and informing people. But, we could look at things that making sure that the pumping stations have generators and possibly go out and procure some of those. There's, things like that can be done to aid the recovery effort.
Yes. So based on the policy notice you've had concerning the tropical cyclone policy, give me an idea as to whether in the new dispensation, in the new insurance cycle, we're going to be looking at increased premium for that one. Or how do the premiums go? Who pays? I know you say Canada and the World Bank have some input.
No, the premium we pay. But I know that Canada has provided a lot of assistance.
Yes. How much do we pay? We pay per year, per month, quarterly, what? Under the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Fund.
We pay annually.
Yes.
For the Caribbean catastrophe, we pay a premium annually. I don't have the figure on me, but it's certainly over $1 billion. It's
over $1 billion Jamaican.
Yes.
And we
hold on now. The insurance policy that we have with CARICOM, Caribbean Disaster Insurance Policy, that's based in St. Lucia. The Jamaican people pay annually over $1 billion Jamaican dollars in premium. Well, in the policy. And we pay US $10 million a year for the hurricane insurance policy that the World Bank has with us and that insurance company. So, Mama, Lord Jesus, help me, dear God Almighty. If I stretch my hand to thee, O God. No, man. Listen to some more what Nigel Clark is saying.
Over. I don't want to be...
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, it's over $1 billion, between 1 and 2. I can't remember exactly how much it is.
And how long now have we been paying the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance?
We have been paying that for several years. And we have even increased our limits. Here's the thing about insurance, though, Emily. Again, the CRIF is the fourth layer, right? So the first layer has to trigger, the second has to trigger, the third has to trigger, the fourth. Some natural disasters will only trigger your first layer. Some will trigger your first and second. Others will trigger your first, second, and third. And some, like Beryl, will trigger first, second, third, and fourth. And then, God forbid, we don't want, I know everybody wants to see the cat bond sort of triggered, but we really don't want that to the Emily.
No, of course not. I know
because
that.
The reason why we have it is that we cannot leave ourselves exposed to that kind of damage. But if you could guarantee me that it's not going to happen, then we wouldn't need it. If you could say to me, there's no way next year we're going to have, a high intensity category 4 or category 5, then, we could do away with it. Anyway, I went off track.
So this 2.5 billion payout that we're getting under the tropical cyclone, this is a trigger of what level of the policy?
The policy has a limit of $80 million. Is that 20% of the policy limit?
Okay. So it's a very low level trigger then?
Yes, it's a low level trigger, consistent with what we know about the storm.
And I was asking you, so we pay premium annually of about $1 billion for that.
Over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion. Do you anticipate there will be an increase with the payout we are now getting of $2.5 billion?
So you mean, let's say we kept the coverage exactly the same, whether there will be more, it will cost more?
Yes.
I'm not, let me say this. Interest rates have as much of an impact on premium, right, as, you know, probabilities. And it might be that when we come to renew, we're in a different interest rate environment,
yes,
which counteracts or acts as which neutralizes any sort of risk-based increase. But remember that these models that either the CRIF who provide that insurance or cat bond investors, the models that they use are based on 100-year databases, right? The databases of 100 years of storms emerging in the Atlantic and making their way across the Caribbean. So it's unlikely that one event, and especially an event that is not, while terrible for sections of the island, it's not devastating on a national basis.
I understand, but the point is at the moment you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
but I'm giving an opinion that's unlikely to significantly impact it.
All right. So I suppose later on in the week you will be able to tell us how much you're using out of the $7 billion that is now available to you for recovery effort. Yeah.
Yes. So we might, just to make listeners aware, just to be clear, right? We may, you know, allocate or reallocate aspects of the budget. That's always a possibility. So when we talk about how much, I'll be very clear when I speak about what our expenditure is going to be, what the sources of it are, right? So some sources will be from disaster risk financial sources. Others will be, you know, from, you know, other things that we have to do with the budget. So I'll be very clear on that.
Okay.
One thing that we have to, as I've been at pains to point out, we've got to leave something, right, in the event that there are other natural disasters to come our way between now and November.
Okay, so I suppose whatever we spend now, bearing that in mind, we may have some sort of supplementary budget post-November to do whatever else is left. Yes, to rethink. Yes. All right. I have to go. I had a caller last week, though, who complained that in your constituency, you're in Northwest St. Andrew, yeah?
Yes.
That there is a gully in the vicinity of Maynard Avenue, Hemingsway, Crescent, Milton Avenue to Shakespeare. That gully has never been cleaned, and he theorizes it's because those people really don't vote Labour. But there's another gully, Sherlock Gully, that is always clean, and the people up close to Sherlock Gully, they vote Labour. Can you say anything about those two gullies?
You know, I heard about that call when it occurred, and I checked it out. I got in touch with the councillor for that division. Clearly, we have an organization of 3 councillors in my constituency with whom I work very closely. And, you know, he informed me that was not an accurate portrayal.
We have a call online. Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the Make We Talk program.
Yes, Jeffrey. Last week you weren't on Vatican show.
I beg your pardon,
And I tell you something. Last week you weren't on Ratigan's show.
Yes.
And something happened there because about this insurance policy.
Yes.
The mathematician from St. James, I've got what his name. He did some maths and said that policy didn't make any sense. And Vatican said he's going to have him back the next time when he comes on here to further discuss it. Emily Crooks is asking Nigel some very important questions. And you know where that company that sells them the insurance is located?
Where?
In St. Lucia.
Hold on there. There's an insurance company that they have now. With the Caribbean, hold on for me. With the Caribbean insurance thing, CARICOM. That is in St. Lucia. But the main insurance, hold on for me. But the main insurance, hold on for me, sir. The insurance that I'm talking about, that I need to know where that is the one that I have with the World Bank.
This one is different.
Yes.
Oh, that one is different? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. But But anything that has anything to do with financing in St. Lucia, you should want to be about one continent away from St. Lucia. You know why? Ask Mark Golding and what that guy name is. He was Minister of National Security in the PNP administration. What his name again?
I don't know who you're talking to.
That gentleman. He was Minister of National Security.
What are you trying to say though?
That's where a lot of shenanigans go on with shell companies. Yes, on both sides of the fence.
Oh.
And listen, I like what you said earlier. The people in Jamaica is not carrying their fair share. They want us in the diaspora to carry most of the weight, of the burden.
Me not do it,
They won't do anything.
Me not set up my blood pressure for nobody, I can tell you that much.
Not me. Not me either. Listen, man, please, I'm from Hanover. You know where I'm from. I'm from Hopewell. Hanover.
Hold on for me, sir. Mm-hmm. Are you people hearing the caller on the program? He's very low. What do you mean it's very low? I don't understand this.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead for me again, sir.
Yes. I'm saying that you know where I'm from. Right between Round Hill Hotel and Trial Hotel. I'm from Hopewell and over, right on the main road. Mm-hmm. You know where I'm from, right? You've been from Westmoreland, you should know that.
Yes, sir.
Because if you go in Montego Bay and you take that route, right, and North Coast route, you have to pass through Hopewell to go to Montego Bay. That's right. And let me tell you something. I came from a poor family. And those people down in Jamaica, you know what a lot of people say? If you want to put anything in writing, if you want to hide anything from them, just put it in writing because they don't read.
So
saying something.
Hold on for me, sir.
Yeah.
What are you saying? the Minister of Finance did not read the fine print in insurance policy that he has with the company?
Yes, sir. He is a well-read man. Because he could tell them anything because he knows that they will know better. He is promising to bring back some information to Emily. I will tell Emily, don't wait too long. That man, that guy, he came from a poor family, he used to carry things for his mother to go to the market to sell. Minister of Finance. Yes. And he's married to a white woman and calling Margot Massa Mark.
Okay, we're not talking about Massa Mark and them right now. We're talking about the whole insurance policy.
Okay.
The whole thing with damn Massa Mark and this damn nonsense.
Yes. Okay.
The man was
of course it is. Of course it is. I don't care. I don't care everyone. Yeah. But listen to me now. The two parties are responsible for Jamaica's problems over the years and years and years. The two parties. And we have to hold them accountable. You know what I would want to know from the former Minister of National Security in the PNP administration? If the PNP today is still in bed with criminals and gangs. I want to know that.
I am not talking about that doing us. I'm talking about the insurance policy and the integrity commission and those things. If the fact of the matter is, sir,
yeah,
the Jamaican people want to know or still believe that the two political parties are not involved in gangmanism, then there's something wrong with all the way.
Okay. All right, I agree with you. Of course. Let me tell you something, man. Boy, I tell you, with all that money that is missing And when the Jamaican people on the green side, your people who are not on well, either the green or the orange side, talk about the wrongs in Jamaica, they take it for a joke.
But let me ask you a question, sir. We're speaking about the insurance policy between Jamaica and the CARICOM countries, and also the insurance policy that Jamaica has with an unknown name company, and and we won't be getting a red cent from that, sir. That's what we're talking about. Your view on that,
when you look at the devastation, and they won't get any in Jamaica from that hurricane, and they won't get anything to help those people from the insurance company, then you know that is a worthless insurance policy that they bought. That's my opinion.
all right, sir. Thanks much for calling in.
And, all right, thank you, Jeffrey. You're doing a good job.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks much.
Okay, bye-bye.
The number to call is 954-529-8030. You know something? When I listen to the Minister of Finance, I need to really get somebody on this program here to talk to us about the weather pattern that the Minister of Finance was talking about, because obviously he become a weather reporter now. And obviously he knows that well. When you're doing, I think when you're doing finance, you have to do law. And if you're doing it, I don't remember. When you're doing accounts, I know you have to do, there's a little thing about law you have to do with it too. Because when I was doing the ACCA course, I knew I have to do something about law. But I didn't finish my one. I can talk it publicly. I didn't finish my one. Because I couldn't afford it. But I know you have to do something about law, about insurance in finance, in accounting. I can't remember if I have to do insurance in accounting. But I damn well I know you didn't have to do anything about weather. When you're doing accounting, you don't have to do anything about weather. So I don't know if the Minister of Finance did something about weather when he was doing the whole entire thing with the insurance policy. I don't know. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Make We Talk program.
Yes, Jeffrey. This is Carol. How are you?
I am here. Look, Miss Carol, you know, I need to talk to you off air pertaining to St. Elizabeth.
Yes, I have it. I write it down. Are you on the air now?
Yes, I'm on the air. Can talk, call me off the air.
When?
I soon come off the air.
Yeah, because I have everything written down. I read it on the Google from Bloomberg. And I have pulled almost a page.
Okay.
With all this the detail.
Okay, Miss Carol.
Right.
Yeah, have you heard from your family in St. Elizabeth?
Yeah, well, my brother say his coconut tree them gone. He worried about my coconut trees.
Okay.
And then at my mother's old house, which I not really call it an old house. Yes. The apple tree fell on the tank.
Oh Lord.
But my brother said, you know,
yes.
he has his generator house. So he said one of the hold on, let me turn up the cell phone. And then he said one of the coconut tree fell.
Yes.
And they almost the generator house.
Okay.
But he said luckily, because he said that he would come down with the wire.
Yes.
And that would be a catastrophe. Right. But thank God he said it.
Yes. Miss Carol.
I have everything for you from Bloomberg because I wrote it down last night.
All right. Let me talk off here. Soon come off here, all right?
I saw about 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Yeah, man. Before that. By about 4:30, yes.
All right. Okay, dear. All right. Okay.
Okay, Miss Carol. Thanks much. Yes, that's one of my ardent listeners there. I met her both in Miami and in New York. She came out to see me. Very nice lady from St. Elizabeth. She's so proud of her St. Elizabeth roots. It's unbelievable. The numbers to call is 954-529-8030. It is also a WhatsApp number. The way you come over here, you idiot. Nincompoop. If it's a PNP propaganda, lie, and program, why you come over here? Come over your JLP program, no fool. Jacobe. Oh, shut them out. The numbers to call is 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to call into the program. Mr. Sutherland, how are you doing, my friend? Mr. Sutherland, what do you think about what is going on in Jamaica right now and this insurance policy that the world-class Minister of Finance signed on Jamaica too? And he becomes, the minister become a weather reporter. He knows everything about the weather pattern and the this and the devils know what. Good
So I'm sure I want to show the Jamaican people how to use their brain.
Yes.
So I have already all the ministers come out and can give you an estimate. It's over $1 billion of damages estimate.
Yes.
How did they come by those people? Who did the estimates? If you have damage, you have to get a building man or a contractor. The estimate based on the cost of black cement.
Hello? Oh Lord, we have lost him. Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, brother Jeffrey. How you doing?
Here looking and living like Monty Perkins.
Huh?
I'm here looking and living like Monty Perkins. What's going on with you? What's going on with you now?
I'm good. I just sent you a message. Which is in relation to the cat ban. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can look at it because this is Market Insider, and they're very critical of Jamaica having signed on to this cat ban.
Who's very critical?
Market Insider.
Oh.
Yeah. And this is a big. Remember, Market Insider is like Bloomberg, you know. It's a big
Who is
deal.
this? Is this head boy speaking to me?
Of course, my friend.
Then why I tell you to call me from when head boy don't call me? What's going on, man? I don't understand you.
So I just want you to read the article. Trust me, brother Jeffrey.
I will.
Read the article, and you can read it to your own. Now, the insurance was issued by Hong Kong Insurance Authority.
Oh.
Yes, and it was a conglomerate of 15 different companies that pulled together to stand as they have to have.
So the names of the companies investors are on it too?
That is the only thing I can't see no name on these 15 companies.
Oh.
You only hear that these 15 companies. So it was issued by Hong Kong Insurance Authority.
We do not know if anybody from Jamaica companies on it then.
We cannot tell because we just only hear 15 names. And that's if you go to MOF, it is Minister of Finance, right? Website and planning. You will see that on the public, you'll see on their website the article outlining the signing in oil banks and the trigger. And by the way, Jamaica is the first to implement this, which means that we were a guinea pig for this insurance. That was not really happening. Huh?
So that means that somebody out of Jamaica is benefiting from this thing.
But you don't need binoculars to see that now, my friend.
If hold on here now. If this company is the first time they're doing something like this, and Jamaica was the first guinea pig to sign on to it, that means somebody of the Vumva the Vumva V is a part of this insurance policy.
Yeah, but I'm saying, brother Jeffrey, I'm saying, not the company, it is the first country to sign on.
The first country, rather, yes.
Yeah. And you're right in saying it too, because if it's the first country to sign on to it, it means it's the first time the insurance company doing it to that country. You're right. Your interpretation is also correct. Yeah?
What about the guy in the country? Mr. Clark,
I raised this with Andre Stevens the other day, right? And I didn't think he realized what I was saying. So what I did, and you know me, I went and I got do my research.
Right.
Yeah? So when I looked at it, I said, but hold on, how is it that Hong Kong Insurance Authority is the one that is the one processing this insurance? But then I look and I said, but what is the relationship with Hong Kong and the minister? I say, well, the minister is a black man, so there's no relationship. But then I go further and say, but Hong Kong was controlled by the British, no?
Mm-hmm.
Hong Kong is where most of the Brits have had their wealth until the Chinese now took over Hong Kong.
Hold on, before you go any further, have you done any research between the minister, spouse, and the Hong Kong company?
My friend, I will not say anything until I have my information. But what I
only ask a question. Hold on for me head, boy. You know what? I'm not answering like come off of me. I only ask a question.
What I can say is that there's more than what meets the eye.
All right.
Because why would you go take up an insurance bond? And I'm saying, if the CRIF, why then didn't put more in the CRIF in the CRIF? You know, right now Grenada is getting 44 million.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear it. What you said?
Grenada, right, is getting 44 million US from CRIF. Right?
From who?
From the financing thing that we're getting 1.2 billion from.
Oh, you mean from the
CARICOM, yes. That was, by the way, thank God for Portia Miller who signed onto that in 2007 when she was Prime Minister. She was the only first Prime Minister to have looked at climate change. She made a ministry for climate change when no other country had climate change. They have to give Portia credit. Yeah?
Yeah.
When you look at the without the CRIF, if it had not been for the series, Jamaica would not have had any outside except our what they put away in contingency, which every budget must have contingency, yeah. Except for what they put aside for contingency, there would have been issues for us if it had not been for the series. Because imagine you take up $1 billion, is that $1 billion annually they pay in premium to this for this insurance?
Yeah. 10 million US is $1 billion Jamaican dollar.
And it's actually more.
All right.
It's 1.5 billion. Because remember the US is 156.
Right.
Yeah. So it's about 1.5 billion that you're paying annually for something that, and who signed an agreement that says it has to be barometric pressure to trigger. What sort of nonsense is that?
But not only that. The question that we must ask, head boy, of the Minister of Finance, Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance, when he was signing this thing, or when he was about to do this thing, did he carry a person who knows about the Caribbean weather pattern? Did he take a lawyer in there with him? What?
Oh, Jesus have mercy. No, let me help you. Let me help you to know that he did not know what he was doing. And let me tell you why. Remember when the storm, 2 weeks before when the storm was coming, what they were doing? They were saying we have, remember the cat band, was their song and merry dance,
Mm-hmm.
I want people to understand that they touted the cat band as the savior when a storm comes. Remember the promotion behind it and Mr. Holness getting up and saying, no, it's the first administration to do this, and we took climate change serious. Yeah? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that? If they had known that these triggers, because they saw this time, they heard what pressure it would be, how come they couldn't come to the country fast enough and say, look here, based on our checks, we look and we say, we stand and realize that now we'll get nothing. It is because they did not understand what they signed on to,
they may have understand that they sign on to something that make no sense, but because they want to milk the diaspora.
No, somebody wanted to chop something. Someone just give friends some money. Because I remember that insurance money sits there. We think that money is going to go back. It's going to go back in the financial market, telling out in loans. Equity investments, different sorts of.
So in other words, then head boy, we need to dig deeper in this insurance company.
Yeah.
And what connection does Jamaica has
with all 15 participating companies in the consortium? Yeah.
There you go. And if there is anybody within the halls of the Parliament of Jamaica who may have shares in one of the companies, are all 14 companies?
And remember now, you don't have to look at whether you have shares there. Do you have close relationship with somebody there? Because that too in itself, remember the former mayor of Lucy, Trinidad, was being, when the contractor general was there before the integrity commission came, she was being dragged before the court because it was said she gave contracts to her close friends and people who she know. So I'm saying, in the same light, if it is that we find that in the 15 consortium, companies of the 15 consortium, there are persons who are closely related to the minister, that is tantamount of corruption. You don't need to go no further. Yeah?
But head boy, let me ask this question. Do you believe that if the man should call his election tomorrow, he'll have to put on the green clocks, and the PNP win state power, you believe the PNP will be investigating the opposition party?
I believe that it would be foolhardy for the opposition to not come in and investigate what the former administration, as a matter of fact, any administration, the very first thing you do when you come in is you must take stock of house.
Then head boy, why is the PNP have this deafening silence on what is going on in the country, sir? Especially with this insurance policy that Jamaica signed on to not getting a red cent.
And let me tell you why. Because the media, and let me say this to you, brother Jeffrey, the media, right? And I never started to see this until this storm occurred the other day. I used to hear people say it, I never used to report it because I'm somebody who used to be on radio a lot. I call radio, talk to Emily, talk to Multi, talk, so I used to be on radio a lot. So when I did when I looked at the tour that Mark Bolin did in Southwest St. Elizabeth and South St. Elizabeth, yeah, and even in Alligator Pond and in Southern Clarendon, and I think he went as far as Portland as well, if I'm not mistaken. St. Thomas, I believe, sorry, St. Thomas. So when you look, you see them putting out the image, but you don't see anything on the mainstream. That's one point. The second point relating to the cat one, right? I listened to him day before yesterday in Parliament, right? Hammering away about the mistakes that was made with this cat ban. Yeah? Okay. And I don't see it on the prime times CVM nor TVJ news.
Let me go back and look for it and then put it on this thing here.
Yeah, if you check his first, remember after the Prime Minister speak, he spoke. Yeah. He opened for the opposition. You would hear him explaining the things in why he believed that there was an issue with the cat ban. Yeah, he's not saying that the concept of a ban itself is wrong, but he was saying that some of the approach to it they could have negotiated it a little bit better. Yeah?
But head boy, when you look on the whole thing, you and I is no expert when it comes on to insurance or no big financial person who did LLC and BBC and all kind of CC.
Let me stop you. My studies, my actual understanding, I am well versed in the banking system without saying nothing more. Huh?
Yeah.
So that is why I can tell you that this bond, this cat bond, and I can tell you for definitive, this cat bond that they have raised, the $1 billion that the premium that they're paying, right? I can tell you remember you have insurance and reinsurance. Yeah? Where the real money is made is on the reinsurance side. So the cat bonds, the monies that we have raised, what they will do is lend, they will borrow against it or lend against it on the private market. So in essence, is you just taking up some money and give your friend and lend to him friend them. Because you think they're going to just sit down and put the premium in the bank account? Am I making sense there, Jeffrey? The premium is not going to...
Because I am here thinking silently about something that I cannot say here.
It's not going to sit in your bank account. It's going to go in reinvestments. That's what insurance companies do. They reinvest. They either going to stocks and bonds, they buy government papers, whether they want to do equity, they do private placements, so there are options that they can use. There are many options that they can use. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a creative scheme for some people to get money to reinvest in the housing development. I didn't call nobody name. I'm just saying,
So in other words, what they do, they use taxpayers' money to do it.
Well, I've been saying the same thing about the diamond accounts, yeah? And anybody who be vexed with me, they could be vexed with me. Imagine you have in diamond.
What they want to call the diamond account?
Yes, remember the banks in Jamaica have what is called diamond account.
Yes.
So, right.
In the tune of a couple billion, well.
Okay. What happened to those funds?
Good question.
Do you know, I can bet you that a lot of the skyscrapers and the 600, 700, 800, 900 million dollar apartments that you've been seeing, that if you go and check those accounts, that those have been some half ledger transfers to build those things, and it's the same diamond account money. And so if I kid you not, because there's no accountability for the diamond funds, the bank hold them. You can't tell the bank what to do with the money that they hold. Even if they lend it out, they could show you on a portfolio that it is there. No, that didn't happen to you, Usain Bolt? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Remember the same thing happened to Usain Bolt, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Usain was getting his statements monthly as requested, and it was showing that the funds were there.
When there's nothing there.
But there's none there. What should have happened? And there was a suggestion from Mark Golding that the diamond account, no, it was actually a suggestion from Peter Phillips when he was leader, that the diamond accounts funds need to be taken over by the state and be used to given to MSMEs, meaning medium without that. No, man, we make $75 million a year. Yeah? Real upcoming entrepreneurs. Yeah?
But the question was to ask though, headboard. And you may vex with me now. But under the two administration, if that money was taken over, whether the PNP or JLP, would we all see will there be a transparency to see where those funds are being sent or where the funds are being spent?
Well, because those funds couldn't, okay, once it doesn't go in if it goes in the consult fund, it still has to show where it's going. Yeah? However, I would never advocate for it to go consult. I would advocate for you to use it to set up what it's called something like a global, a sustainable development fund or a global development fund or a Jamaica development fund. And what happens is that fund must produce the statements, because remember, it's almost like you're unlending from the fund to your own local black entrepreneurs, and not that much China, yeah. So you could, Jeffrey, this is if checks and balances are put in properly, yeah. Because, for example, you can use some state entities that, corruption, but if you check them out, they really run efficient. For example, look at PICA. PICA has to work for its salary. Yeah? Isn't it running efficient? Customs has to work for its salary. Isn't it running efficient? So,
you have mercy power.
Yeah? So I am saying that the funds could have been used and put into into a fund where persons would have access, and you could run it out of the development bank. Yeah, you could run it out of the development bank, of Jamaica. You could have done that.
But the question must be asked though: is that money still sitting in the Bank of Jamaica, or is that money handed over to the government of Jamaica? And if so, where is that money now?
And I'm telling you, the money is still sitting with the banks.
Oh.
When Fitzjackson was pushing also on that matter with the fees and also with the dormant accounts, the minister sided with the banks. I always remember that, you know. He sided with the bank. Not just on the fees alone, but on the issue with what should be done with the dormant accounts.
Hey boy, we have to go now. Because I have been
Anyway.
from about how much o'clock? I have to end up saving
From
my
after, from after 11, you've been at it. I've been
Yes.
watching, I know.
I want to tell you thanks for coming on. But head boy, based on what is going on right now, head boy, where do you see this country going?
I can tell you where I see it going. Come September next year, they will boot out Holness. Holness will be no more. I am hopeful that based upon the tenets and the traits that Mark Golden has demonstrated, that he will be a very good leader. One only hopes that he does not deviate from what he's showing. But if he sticks to his plan, and let me tell you why I kind of have a great regard and respect for Mark Golden. The man never wanted power. Just wait when a man not hungry for something, he will end up work better because he have a proof to point. He have a point to prove. Yeah? But if when a man is hungry for something and believe he's entitled to it, yeah, he's not going to do the work. And that is what has happened to a good friend. He has become entitled. He's now a spoiled child because he believes now that he. But you must expect that if you've been, and all your life you've been a career politician, yeah, never really do a major job, never really involved in a major development, major project. But over 2 to 3 years, your statutory declarations cannot be filed. Shouldn't that be of concern? Like alarm bell just a ring in your ears as the laborers they gonna say you can ring my bell? Yeah? That should be.
One thing I can tell you though, head boy, we gotta go, is that the only way that I, Jeffrey Tavares, I respect Mr. Golden because I've spoken to him more than once, and he always responds to me and everything. But I will say this publicly and privately to him, that the only way I'm going to lift my hat to Mark Jefferson Golden is if Mr. Golden should gain state power tomorrow morning. And if he get control of that money that is in dormant account, and he use some of that money to get some forensic auditors out of Jamaica, not in Jamaica, outside of Jamaica, come into Jamaica and investigate or audit every single government entity in this country. And who must go prison, then that time I lift my hat to him.
No, I can assure you that will happen. That will happen. Let me tell you something. Remember the man is a lawyer, you know. Yeah? And let me tell you, they have sufficient. Remember, these guys have done sufficient that warrant you having to do an investigation. But the problem is going to happen. Right? You going, remember, you know, this will send a signal to all the persons, including those in your camp. Yeah? That we will not support corruption. So I totally agree with you. It needs to be done the moment within the first 100 days. Within the first 100 days. That should be the very first day. Comments, if you have to set up a public commission of inquiry, you do. Particularly, let me tell you which one. There must be a commission of inquiry. There must be a commission of inquiry at Petrojam. There must be a Jeffrey, if you know, and I know I'm leaving right, if you know the amount of funds that went missing at Petrojam, we've been quoting the funds in JMD, sir. Petrojam does not deal with nothing but USD. Yeah? You know?
I'm hearing you.
It's like you talking about the Airports Authority and thinking the Airports Authority doesn't deal with nothing but US. Huh? There are entities in Jamaica that don't deal with nothing but US. When they're buying stuff, when Petrojam buying oil, it's US dollars. Everything that they do, the court down there is court both in JMD and USD.
And every single Thursday, gas price in Jamaica go up. Whether hurricane or earthquake, gas still go up.
Anyway, Jeffrey, you know it is. All the best, brother.
Thank you very much for calling, my good friend. We'll talk.
All the time, my brother.
That is what is going on in this country. There was a call coming in, but I can't take no more call. I gotta go now. I gotta leave this program here now. I want to say thank you all, but before I go, I want to say this to everyone on this platform here. I'll keep on saying this. I want to say it again. Let us be absolutely clear. And let me be absolutely clear on this platform here. I am not fighting for any order of any jackass or order of any donkey or order of this or order of that. I care less because I keep on saying this, that some of the people who are being bestowed Jamaica's national honor on, order of the nation, order of Jamaica, order of this and commander class and CD and OD and all kind of D. Majority of them are notorious child offenders. Some of them are notorious underground criminals. And I don't want any order of this and order of that. Now, I'm not a member of any political party. Because quite frankly, my opinion on both political parties since 1962 or even before hasn't done enough to change the liberty of the Jamaican people. Haven't done enough to ramp out corruption and nepotism in this country. Hasn't done enough to secure this country, this piece of rock we call home. So for me, neither the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party is neither here nor there for me. When you have these two political tribes who continue to blunder poor people money, and don't think that the PNP don't have its fear of corruption and nepotism too. Don't think that Jamaica became where it is now. That's under Andrew Michael Holness. The two political parties has bring Jamaica to where Jamaica is. So when we speak about turning this country around, we must always go back to where everything has started. And if we all should do a research into political corruption in this country and see how much money has gone down the drain because of politics in this country, that money could help to build 4011 hospital, if there's such a word. It could help to build more schools. It could help to buy more medical equipment in the hospitals. But our people could have a bed to lay on, a MRI, a CT scan. It could also help to build a burn unit in this country. So when you come over here, don't think you're going to come and hear me sugarcoating anything, or hear me taking up for one political party and bashing the other. As far as I am concerned, the two political parties hasn't done enough for this country. The two of them have their fear of political nepotism and cronyism and corruption in this country. And so I'll continue speaking about this country. I'll continue speaking the truth of what is going on in this country. And for those who don't want to listen to me speak the truth and want me to take side, I will not do such thing. My family know how I stand. My family know that when it comes on to certain things, don't come and tell me any nonsense. I want you all to know one thing. That we will continue to fight for the benefit of this country. We'll continue to fight for the gem of the Caribbean. A country in the Caribbean Sea as the envy of the world, but yet we as Jamaicans don't see it. A country in the Caribbean Sea that the people around the globe love to go to because of the reggae music. But yet we as Jamaicans don't see it. You go to South Africa, and from you open your mouth, they know that you're a Jamaican. And I must say to my South African black brothers and sisters who has fought against the apartheid regime, thank you for watching this program. I never know that this program is in the homes of ordinary South Africans. I know my good friend Ambassador Andy Mashiley out of there in South Africa watch my program a lot. And so is my friends through Mr. Rattigan who lives in South Africa. They watch my program a lot. But I didn't know that this Make We Talk program hosted by me is in the homes of normal South Africans. I never know that this program, when certain events are going on and I broadcast it, that radio stations in South Africa, radio stations in Nigeria and Kenya, Mozambique and so forth will pick up this program here and broadcast it on their programs. I never know that the last time I did a program on Vive Cartel case, when I look on my platform, 10,000 people and beyond was watching me. And people were saying to me, Jeffrey, you need to put up something that when they come on for them to comment, they have to subscribe. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to figure out how to do it. And when you see people from South Africa and all over the globe watching this program, then I know that people are listening, that people realize that the truth is being spoken over here. And I want to say this to all my other bloggers out there who continue to fight the fight for a better Jamaica. Let's not give up hope. Let's not give up on this country that we call Jamaica. Because she never give up on us. Let's continue to fight for this country. But when we're all gone, when a Wilfred Rattigan, a Herb Nelson Jr., a Jeffrey Tavares, a Wayne Lonesome, a Jamaican Hot Topic, a Mystic Sensation, a Right Mango, and others, when we're all gone, maybe written in the history book that those people fight for this country and they try to leave a Jamaica, a better Jamaica for our children. Let it be said that those who call us the dirty 30, whether it be a blogger or whether it be a person who's on YouTube who call us that name, or whether it be the people in the halls of parliament in our country who call us that name, let it be said that we made a difference in this nation, that we stand up for this country, that we stand up for nepotism, that we stand up for cronyism, that we stand up for corruption in this country, that we try our endeavor best to fight for a better Jamaica. And I say to the politicians of Jamaica, join hands with Jamaicans who want to see a better Jamaica. Join hands with Jamaicans who want to fight for a better Jamaica. Because if we don't fight for a better Jamaica, who will? If we don't stand up for a better Jamaica, then who will? And I say to you all today, that although we may go through our ups and downs, although we may go through our hardship in our lives, we still believe that hope is there for Jamaica. We still believe that there can be change in our country. And as I always say to every one of you on this platform, and I always say this to Jamaicans, both home and abroad, that the change that we seek will never come from the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party, nor the United, nor the UIC, nor the Marcus Garvey movement. The change that we seek has to come from Jamaica and Jamaicans. We have a call coming in. One moment, please. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Make We Talk program.
Hey, Mr. Tavares. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, Mr. Tavares, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing it loud and clear from the
All right. So, yeah, I'm a person who watches show every time, man. You know, I want to just comment on a little problem I have. So I have a friend in St. Elizabeth where I buy a generator and send it for. I ship it through FedEx. I pay $384 to ship that generator. So it's an emergency. I pay for the generator that I bought is $7.99.
$7.99?
No, $799 for the generator plus tax, and I ship it to FedEx to an emergency, a 4-day priority. And we're supposed to get that. She's supposed to get that generator on the which is yesterday. She's supposed to get it yesterday. Mm-hmm. The fact is, they said that the custom hold the generator for what? Clearance delay. I give them all the information that they ask for. I send the receipt, I send the email, the name of the person who got them, and I pay extra for that generator to ship to deliver to Junction in St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
And no, the lady cannot get the generator.
Did you get in contact with this FedEx?
Yes, I did. I called them. I called Jamaica and I called here. Each time I called Jamaica, they put me through to the international department. She called too, and them tell her that she have to come to the airport to clear the generator. That's in Kingston. Which is I can't understand because I pay $384 just to ship that.
So hold
Hold
on for a minute. Okay, you have noise in the background. I can't talk to you so much noise in the background.
Yeah. All right, come. I take the noise on.
Please.
Yeah.
You pay $380 something to FedEx to drop off the clear the thing for you and drop it to the lady house, so?
Yes.
I'm up to this background, my friend.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you now?
Yes, you can.
Yes. You pay $700 for the generator. Then you
$800.
Then you pay FedEx $380 something to ship it to Jamaica, clear it and take it to the lady. Eh?
Yes.
Then what FedEx is saying to you?
FedEx is saying to me that custom hold the generator for clearance delay. They send me the email, and when I track it, it's a clearance delay. You understand? So it is at Kingston airport right now, Norman Mandy Airport, where them said it is delayed. You know, and them say them ask me for the receipt we about it and everything. I send that, I email that to them, and they ask me for the person who gonna they're supposed to deliver the generator. I send them I send the number, I give them the name, and I tell them where and ever. And she even called them too. And this is the same thing. Right now I'm just here in a limbo. Don't know what to do because that person needs the generator.
Do me a favor, sir. When I come off here, that now, call me about 6:37. I'm gonna get some please from you. And send over to somebody who I know. Make an assistant. I'm not sure they're gonna take it. But call me over the program and send
All right. Thank you.
All right, that's it for the evening. I'm gonna make some more call coming. I was talking about that the change that we seek in this country will never come from the People's National Party or the Jamaica Labour Party or the UIC that they're promoting so much. We, the Jamaican people, must be the change that we seek. Now, I do not know what's going on with this generator thing, but it don't sound good. Don't sound good. I want to say thank you all very much for being on this program. Thank you for coming on. The unlikely story. There has never been anything false about hope. For when Jamaicans has fell down impossible odds, when we were told that we are not ready, or that we should not try, that we should not try, that generations of Jamaicans respond with a simple creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Change must come to Jamaica. Yes, we can to justice and equality. Yes, we can to opportunity and possibilities. Yes, we can heal this nation. We will remember that there is something happening in Jamaica, that we are not as divided as our politics suggest, that we are not one, that we are one people. We are one nation, and together we can bring the change that we need in Jamaica. For those Jamaicans who cares has been our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream for a better Jamaica shall never die. With the words that will ring out from Negril Point to Moran Point, change must come to Jamaica. May God bless the people of Jamaica, and may God bless Jamaica land we love. Have a great afternoon, everyone. May God bless you all for coming on this program. Thank you all for liking and subscribing to this channel. Thank you all very much. And remember, if you want to help the people of St. Elizabeth and the people beyond, find out if there's a hardware that you can send your funds to for them to assist in the helping of the people. Please do. May God bless you. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Have a great afternoon, a great evening, everyone. If you're in London, good night. You're in South Africa, good night. Wherever you are, watching listeners from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. This has been the Make We Talk program. I'm Jeffrey Tavares signing off. Until you hear my voice again, have a great afternoon, everyone. Have a great afternoon, everyone. I'm looking for this song. Okay. Let me play this before I go, though. Let me play this one before I go. People say I don't play it enough. Let me play this one before I go.
Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.